with the free phone.
Okay, I got that. And also, for the record, I need to, earlier we were talking about the juror questionnaires. I have the originals. I need to put on the record that the original packet of all 112
James, we put a box on top. Will you stop talking to them? Do you want to do this? It's early. We got a couple of days.
y'all gonna be getting right back up, but y'all can be seated.
Are they on their way in, Judge?
They're lining up.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for asking the questions. Appreciate it.
No, I think it was a good call.
All rise.
Thank you. You can all be seated. Okay, all right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience. As I told you on Thursday, sometimes there are some things that I have to do outside the presence of the jury, and I told y'all, justice still happens, right? So thank y'all for your patience and for waiting, okay? So now we're going to actually start the jury trial, as I told you last week. We're going to actually start this case on the merits of the case today. So in a few minutes, the state of Texas is going to read the charges to Mr. Billy Chemirmir. When that happens, he will either plead guilty or not guilty. I anticipate that he will plead not guilty. After that, the state will have the opportunity to give an opening statement. After the state's opening statement, the defense can make one at that time if they would like. But as we talked about previously, at this point, they do not have to do anything else. If they want to make an opening statement after the state of Texas does, they're welcome. If they want to reserve it and make their opening statement during their case in chief, if they would like to put on a case in chief, they may. Also, once the state has presented their witnesses and the defense has presented their witnesses, and both sides do what we call rest and close, then you will receive the jury charge. That is the document that tells you all the law you must follow in this case. Now, I, of course, will read the charge to you, but you will be allowed to take those jury instructions back with you. Now, after closing arguments, you will retire to the jury deliberation room at that time, and you will deliberate on the guilt-innocence phase only. So, as I told you yesterday, I know we're getting started at 1:30. We're getting started in the afternoon. You've already had your lunch, but we will still integrate breaks in. I don't want you to think we won't have any breaks. We'll talk about the scheduling a little bit later, because I anticipate that we'll go later than 4:30 today. So one of those breaks, if you need to let some family members know that we'll be going past 4:30 today, that would be awesome for you to do that. Now, anytime if you feel uncomfortable, if you feel sleepy or something like that, let us know. Wave your hand. As I told you before, you're able to have beverages, you're able to have water. Sorry, I can't really control the air or the heat in here, but other than that, we will do whatever we can to make you all feel comfortable. Now, I'm going to ask if each one of you would stand for me. Everybody stand. Please hold up your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas versus Billy Chemirmir, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, everybody's neighbor say yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so, state, are you ready to proceed?
The state is ready, Judge.
Defense, are you ready to proceed?
Defense is ready now.
All right, so at this time, will the state arraign the defendant?
Good afternoon. What I'm about to read to you is the indictment in the case. What it does is it lets you know and us know what we have to prove in the case, and it puts the defendant on notice to what he's been charged with. It reads, in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized at the January term AD 2018 of the 363rd Judicial District Court of said county, upon its oath to present in and to said court at said term, that Billy Kipkor Chemirmir, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 20th day of March 2018, in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did unlawfully then and there intentionally cause the death of Lou T. Harris, an individual hereinafter called deceased, by smothering the deceased with a pillow, a deadly weapon, and with hands, a deadly weapon, and with an unknown object, a deadly weapon, the exact nature and description of which is unknown and unknowable to the grand jury. And the defendant was then and there in the course of committing and attempting to commit the offense of burglary of said deceased. And further, did unlawfully then and there intentionally cause the death of Lou T. Harris, an individual hereinafter called deceased, by smothering the deceased with a pillow, a deadly weapon, with hands, a deadly weapon, and with an unknown object, a deadly weapon, the exact nature and description of which is unknown and unknowable to the grand jury. And the defendant was then and there in the course of committing and attempting to commit the offense of robbery of said deceased, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreperson of the grand jury.
Okay. And counselors, how does your client plead to these allegations?
Excuse me, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please to plead not guilty.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to see you. So at this time, state, are you ready to begin with your opening statement?
Yes, Judge. May it please the court, counsel. Again, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am proud to stand up here in front of you all and to present the state of Texas versus Billy Chemirmir. What you're going to hear about in the next couple of days is about some incidents that happened back in 2018 here in your county of Dallas. You're going to hear about how this individual right here, Billy Chemirmir, how he attacked not just one, not just two, but 3 different individuals in our county, leaving them for dead. Now, these aren't just individuals like you might see on the TV or walking around the street. These are some of the most vulnerable people that we have in our community, 3 elderly women. The charges that I have to prove to you today is about one, Lou T. Harris. Miss Harris is a woman that moved here from originally from Vietnam, and she lived here with her. Well, she was married to a man who she was a widow, and she lived by herself in a house in North Dallas. What you're going to hear is that on around 3:30 on March 20th, 2018, the connection between her and Mr. Chemirmir started. They were both checking out at a Walmart at the corner of Coit and Arapahoe together at the exact same time. He's in one aisle, she's in the next, checking out at the exact same time. He leaves about a minute before her out of the store. They get to their cars about a minute and a half apart from each other. He's in front of her. He leaves and pulls out of the parking lot and goes in the direction of her house. About 2 minutes later, she pulls out and leaves and goes in that same direction. Now, what you're going to hear is that about 2 hours later, around 5:50, Mr. Chemirmir is seen by the Plano Police Department, and he is at a dumpster close to his house in the same apartment complex of his house. And he is throwing out significant individualized items. He's arrested, and when they go back to look at the things that are in his hands at arrest and the things that he's discarding into the trash, they realize there's a name in here, and that name is Lou T. Vang, her maiden name. And it's because of that information that they have, that they found in that dumpster and in his hands, individual pieces of jewelry, things of that, they contact Dallas Police Department that goes back to Miss Harris's house, and they look into her house, get into her house, and find her deceased inside. You're going to hear from 2 doctors. Both of those doctors are going to tell you that they saw the dead body of Miss Harris and determined that she was smothered. In that short window of time between when they're leaving together and when when he is arrested 2 hours later. Now, why is the Plano Police Department searching for Billy Chemirmir? Well, in order to know that, you have to know what happened on the 19th, March 19th. Okay, just the day before Lou Harris was murdered. There was a woman by the name of Mary Bartell. She lived in the Plano area. She lived in a retirement community, someplace that's seemingly safe, that we would put someone that we loved into so that they could enjoy their time with other individuals that are of their same age. She had an active lifestyle. She wasn't in some sort of nursing care situation. She was an active individual. Well, that morning, the morning of the 19th, she hears a knocking at her door, and she goes to her door to find a man standing there with green gloves that attacks her, tells her to get into her bed, lay down, and he puts a pillow over her face. Well, unbeknownst to her attacker, Mr. Chemirmir, she lived. She actually survived because she had a pacemaker. And she's going to be able to tell you what happened to her that day through a deposition. She has since passed away. Now, the Plano Police Department find out about this. She's contacted at the hospital by a police officer. They start putting things together. They start thinking, well, this woman was attacked. There's a suspicious person call that had come in a few days before at that nursing home or at the retirement community. And so they had a license plate. They check out that license plate. Well, the license plate comes back to this man that was there on March 15th. Then they get his name. They develop his name. They develop who he is. They develop where he lives. That's why they're sitting there waiting on him, because he had attacked an elderly woman the day before. And lo and behold, when they go to see what does he have in his hand, what is he throwing out, it is items belonging to another woman who had been attacked and had been killed, another elderly woman. But it doesn't really end there. After we have the name of Billy Chemirmir, you'll hear from a Detective Pagel from the Richardson Police Department. She goes back to a case that happened back in January 30th of 2018. There was a woman by the name of Mary Brooks who had also gone to that exact same Walmart, right there in Coit and Arapahoe. And as she left there, a car that matches the same description of the car that Billy Chemirmir drove at that time, follows her out of that Walmart. We have that video, and you'll get to see that video. They go back. She's found the next day on the 31st by her grandson, having died in her own home, which is like a townhouse condo community. She's found dead there on the ground. The groceries that she had brought in from Walmart, she never had an opportunity to put them up. She's dressed in the same coat, same outfit she was in from Walmart the day before. Now, how do we know that Billy Chemirmir is the one who had a hand in the death of Mary Brooks? Well, the very next day, on January 31st, he has an OfferUp account. It's like a Craigslist. It's something that you would sell things like on an internet platform. On his platform, in his OfferUp account, he is selling a very unique ring. It was owned not just by Mary Brooks, but by Mary Brooks' mother. And you'll hear from Mary Brooks' daughter, Ann Brooks, who knows that ring very well and knows it to be one and the same ring that her mother and her grandmother owned. So there we have again, Billy Chemirmir. Not only is he in possession of Lou Harris's items, Mary Bartell's items. Oh, I forgot to tell you about that. When the Plano Police Department started looking into Mary Bartell's case, they realized that she had a unique ring that she was also missing as well. And later that day on the 19th, remember I told you on March 19th is when she was attacked? He sells that very unique ring to an individual through that same OfferUp account. So he has Mary Bartell's ring that he's trying to sell on OfferUp. He has Mary Brooks's ring that he's trying to sell on OfferUp. And he has Lou T. Harris's items in his hand and is discarding other items belonging to her. All of this evidence is going to be overwhelming for you all. And last week when you came in down to that central jury room, you came in as individuals and we had you all spread out, sitting down there in the central jury room. Okay, but now you are a unit. You are the jury that will decide the fate of Billy Chemirmir. And we are going to put the trust of Dallas County in your hands to come with a just and true verdict of guilty in this case. And once you hear all the evidence, and once you realize all the evidence that we have, there's going to be only one verdict that you'll be able to come up with, and that'll be a verdict of guilty. One other thing I want you to listen for, the keys to Lou T. Harris's house are in his possession. The actual keys to her house are in his possession when he's arrested. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will be overwhelming for you. It's going to take a while to get through it because there's a lot of witnesses. I just want you to hang on and keep up with us, and you'll see it all through your own eyes. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Warren, Mr. Hayes, anyone would like to make a statement at this time?
Your Honor, rules are all right, so I guess the chief.
All right, thank you. All right, State, you may call the first witness.
We'll call Karen Gateway.
Well, Ms. Gatewood, you can have a seat for me. Would you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Judge. Will you please state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name's Karen Gatewood, spelled K-A-R-E-N, and then Gatewood is G-A-T-E-W-O-O-D.
And how are you employed?
With the city of Plano as a 911 dispatcher.
And how long have you been with the city of Plano as a 911 dispatcher?
21 years, it'll be 22 in July.
And tell me, how does it work there at the city of Plano as far as emergency or non-emergency calls?
The same people take both calls. We all take, that's what we're trained on first is 911 and non-emergency calls. And then for emergency calls, they just come to one of us individually. But for the non-emergency calls, it comes to just all of us in general, and whoever can answer it first.
Okay. And so so anyone who's there might handle a non-emergency if you're there, but like an emergency call would actually be directed straight to your station.
Yes.
And about how many people work there in your unit?
On any given shift, anywhere between 11 and 13.
And so if I were to call 911 and I'm living in your area, you might be the person that I'm talking to on the other end.
Yes.
Okay. Were you working the morning of March 19th of 2018?
Yes.
And did you take a call that morning?
Yes.
Commissioner Froger.
You may.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 57. Have you had an opportunity to listen to this today?
Yes.
And is this a copy of the call that you took that morning?
Yes.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 57.
No, Your Honor.
All right, State Exhibit number 57 is admitted.
Commissioner Published Judge.
You may.
Call one Monday, March. 55 seconds.
Plano 911, what's the address of the emergency?
We have a neighbor that we cannot awake.
Okay, what's the address?
Pardon?
What is the address?
The address is 818, no, 816.
What's the street name?
The street name is Stone Canyon,
Okay.
Western Place.
Okay, well, is 816 the apartment number?
The apartment number is 818.
Okay, what's the apartment complex address?
What's the address for the place? Old Shepherd Road, 5,000 Old Shepherd Road.
Okay, 5,000 Old Shepherd, Preston Place apartment?
Yes,
Okay, and it's apartment 816, is that right?
yes,
Okay, yeah, is there a building number?
8.
Building 8. Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from?
214-986-9445.
Okay, now are you inside with your neighbor?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm going to be asking you some questions, okay?
okay,
So we do have the paramedics on the way while I ask you these questions.
all right,
And are you with the patient now?
yes.
Okay.
I am with the patient now.
Okay. And how old are they?
She must be almost 90.
Okay. Is she awake?
No, she is not awake.
Is she
We can't
breathing?
wake her up.
Is she
Yes,
breathing?
she is breathing.
Okay. Is her breathing completely normal?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And we're going to do a little breathing test on her to check her breathing. And I want you to say now, every single time she takes a breath in, starting immediately. Tell me the first breath. Okay, tell me the first breath you take.
No,
Well, it doesn't say no, tell me now if she's breathing.
now,
Okay, then the next one,
now,
the next one,
now,
the next one,
now,
and then one more.
now.
Okay, thank you so much. And is she still unconscious?
We can't wake her up.
Okay. Okay, we are sending the paramedics to help you out at 5,000 Old Shepherd Place, Department 816, in Building 8.
Yes,
Stay on the line, I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
okay.
Okay. Are you right by her now?
I am with her now.
Okay.
Call queue. Call on Monday, March 19, 2018, 9 hours 30 minutes and 16 seconds.
All right, well, listen carefully. Lay her flat on her back and remove any pillows.
She is on her back.
Okay.
There's no pillows.
Okay. And one more time, is she breathing?
Yes, sucking in air through the mouth.
Okay. What we're going to do is maintain her airway for her until the paramedics get there, and I'm going to give you some instructions on how to do that. Place your hand on her forehead,
Take my hand on her forehead,
and then your other hand under her neck,
my other hand under her neck.
and
But
then
I have to put my phone down.
can you put me on speakerphone? Do you know how to do that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Well, let me have my neighbor do that. Hold your hand on her forehead. Put your other hand under her head,
Under her neck,
under her neck,
and tilt the head back.
and tilt her head back.
Okay. And then put your ear next to her mouth.
Put my ear next to my mouth, to her mouth.
And then, can you feel or hear any breathing?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
She's
She's breathing. Good.
through the mouth.
Now stay right by her and make sure her head is tilted back and check
Head is back.
the breathing often.
Check the breathing often.
And just leave her just like that until the paramedics get there, okay?
Okay.
And if she vomits, turn her on her side and clean out her mouth and nose.
She is not vomiting.
Okay. Well, I'll stay on the line until help arrives. And tell me when the paramedics arrive with her or if anything changes.
Okay.
And what floor is her apartment on? Pardon? What floor is her apartment on?
First floor.
Okay, now,
And it's convenient to driveway.
okay, good. Is her head still tilted back?
Yes, her head is still back.
And just stay, keep her like that. The paramedics are starting to pull into the parking lot. You'll see them before too long. Just keep her just like that until they get there, okay?
Okay.
Can I get your name?
Come in.
Are they there?
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you go. You did a great job. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'll then let you go.
And Ms. Gatewood, that was the phone call that you received that morning.
Yes.
I'll pass it.
Any questions?
No question, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies, witness being witness.
Yes, Judge.
No question, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, Ms. Gabriel. Thank you. And you may call me next witness.
We'll call Stephen Tuck.
Good afternoon. Would you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Yes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name, spell your name,
Stephen Tuck, STEVENTUCK,
and how are you employed?
City Plano Fire Department,
How long have you been with the City of Plano Fire Department?
almost 14 years.
And can you explain to me a little bit about what your duties are as a fireman?
Kind of broad. We get called out for medical calls, we go take care of that. We get called out for a traffic accident, we go take care of that. When the fire calls, pretty much anything that 911 sends us to.
Okay. And so we've all seen, there's the big fire trucks, and then there's smaller like ambulance
Right.
trucks, right? Are there certain guys in your department that do, and ladies that do one or the other, or is everybody cross-trained on everything?
Everybody's cross-trained on everything.
And
Everybody's a fireman at the EMT at least. Most of our guys are firemen, paramedics, so they can ride an ambulance, the engine, and the truck, whichever that day.
okay. And are you so cross-trained as well?
Yes, sir.
And so some days are you on the big fire truck, and some days you're in an ambulance?
Yes, sir.
What station do you work at?
Station 5,
And were you working at that back in March of 2018?
I was.
And back in the morning hours of March 19th, were you called out to 5000 Old Shepherd?
Yes, sir.
Is that around 9:43 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Sometime around there?
Mhm.
When you got to 5000 Old Shepherd, had you been to that community before?
Yes, sir.
All right, and can you describe kind of what type of a community it is that you're aware of?
It's, we call it a retirement community. It's like a bunch of apartments with senior citizens living in there. It's very close to the community. It's not assisted living or anything like that, but it's just active retirement senior facility.
And just to kind of describe the area, a bunch of apartment buildings,
Yes, sir.
and the doors to the individual apartments, they open to the outside, like they're
They open to a breezeway.
to a breezeway.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and so you got a call, and when you arrived at the call, what did you observe when you got there?
We went into the apartment that we were sent to, and we saw a lady unconscious on her bed in her bedroom. The thing that stuck out is she was laying in an unusual position. And I say that because most unconscious people, it just, all calls are kind of, you just know that when you run on a lot of unconscious patients, they're kind of all generally the same body position, like laying down a certain way. Well, she was unconscious, but halfway on the bed, and with her arms kind of spread out like that. And it's not a usual finding for us to find somebody unconscious in that position, borderline sliding off the bed. So we started assessing her and found out she was alive. Not really talking right away. We did some more assessment on her, and she started to slowly wake up. And she told us that she remembers somebody at her door, and she let the person in, and it was a black man with green gloves. And what she said is, we didn't think anything of it. She said, he tried to smother me. He took me to the bedroom and laid me down and tried to smother me. And again, didn't think much of it because she was just unconscious coming around, and her details got, or her story got more and more detailed as she woke up and became conscious, very specific. Like, no, he was at the door, I let him in, he said it was maintenance, and so I didn't think anything of it. Again, black man, green gloves, came into my apartment and then threw me on the bed and started smothering me with a pillow.
All right, let me ask you this. Let me break it down just a little bit. Okay. So when you first got in there, we had just heard a call that there was two of her neighbors that were there. Do you remember seeing two other women there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they directed you to where she was in the room.
Correct.
You said that she was unconscious when you first found her. Okay. Did you all have to do anything in order to help revive her?
We did what we call sternal rub, which is take your knuckle, bury it in the sternum, and rub it back and forth. It's very uncomfortable.
Okay, and the sternum is basically right above your breast.
Right here where the ribs come together, your body.
Okay.
And if they wake up to that, then we say they're alert to painful stimuli. And after that, we just ran some more tests and checked blood sugar. That was fine. Ran an EKG. EKG was a little different. It showed spikes on the bottom of the printout, which indicates some kind of cardiac defibrillation device, whether it was demand or constant. So we knew something was going on, but we weren't sure. I think the rest of her vitals were okay. Blood sugar was okay, so it wasn't that. We didn't treat that. We were kind of stumped like why she was unconscious. Those are basically the biggest things we check to diagnose what's going on so we can treat it quickly.
And was there a difference between on the EKG? Is there one level and then a second level that you can do on the EKG?
Yes, sir. There's a EKG. We say EKG. It's a 4-lead. There's 4 stickers on the body. Then if we're thinking it's a cardiac-related issue, then we'll do a more in-depth EKG, which is a 12-lead, where we throw 6 more stickers on the body and gets a better picture of the electrical path of the heart.
And you said it was reading out strange and firing strange. Was that have something to do with a pacemaker, or what does it tell me about that?
When it prints out at the bottom, if the pacemaker is going off on our specific machine, it has a little arrow each time the pacemaker goes off. And when we printed her leads or her EKG, we saw those pacer spikes on the bottom all the way across. They weren't intermittent, they were consistent, and we didn't know if that's what helped bring her back around or what it was. But we assumed something happened and the pacemaker was going on. But again, we didn't know if it was a demand pacemaker, which only kicks on under certain situations, or if it was a constant pacemaker where it's constantly firing and we didn't know.
Now, when she first wakes up, did she have some discussion with you about a dream? That she was having a dream about someone smothering?
She mentioned, she said something, she did say dream. I believe she said, I had a dream that somebody was smothering me or somebody came in and tried to smother me, and then that story developed and got more detailed the more she woke up.
Did y'all, was a report generated based on this call? Is that State Supreme Number 58?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this call was for a Mary Bartell, is that right?
Correct.
And then State Supreme Number 31, is that, well, State Supreme Number 31, 14, 15, and 20. Are these all photos associated with your call out there of Mary Bartell?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibits 58, 31, and State's Exhibits 14, 15, and 20. Judge, I think 14, 15, 20, they're already in evidence. They were pre-admitted. And 31. So it's just State's Exhibit 58.
Okay.
So State's Exhibits 14, 15, 20, and 31 have been pre-admitted, so we can publish those. And then State's Exhibit number 58 has just now been published.
And then, Judge, earlier I'd asked for 314, 315, 316, and 317 for demonstrative purposes, and I don't know if I heard you ruling on that, if they're in for demonstrative
Oh, I'm
purposes. I don't know
sorry.
if they had an opportunity to object.
Yeah, I did write that down. So for demonstrative purposes, is there any objection to 13, 14, 15? 300, I'm sorry, 314, 315, 316, 317 for demonstrative purposes.
No objection.
All right, they'll be admitted for demonstrative purposes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. You see this is State's Exhibit number 316?
Yes.
Okay. And the call was to 5,000 Old Shepherd, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's delineated there on this on the March 19th.
Yes.
Sorry, Judge, the system is warming up here. Okay, there we go. All right, here's State's Exhibit number 31, and obviously this is in the hospital, but is this the Mary Bartell that you had an occasion to meet in her apartment that morning?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had said that when you went into her bedroom, your state's exhibit number 14, is this the bed that you found her on?
Yes, sir.
And you said that it was kind of state's exhibit number 15. Is that the side of that bed?
Yes, sir.
And you had mentioned that she was oddly placed on the bed. Tell me about that again.
She was laid on the bed, on her back. However, the edge of her bed, from the side to the horizontal part, was just below her bottom, which when people lay on the bed, from what we've seen on calls, they don't lay like that. And with her arms being out to the side, it's just also unusual to find people in that position as well.
So you can see at the top of the of this picture up here, there's a giraffe right there. There's some pillows up here. Was she parallel to the bed or perpendicular to the bed?
She was perpendicular to the bed, kind of how your pointer was showing.
So like that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the top of the pointer, is that where her head was up on that side?
It was probably further in, but yes, sir.
Further in? Okay. And then her, where were her feet? Were they on the bed?
floor.
They're on the floor.
Yes, sir.
And about how far up on her thighs was the edge of the bed?
Probably 3/4. If I had to give it numbers, more than half, but lower bottom.
Okay, so she's basically back like this, laying down in the bed with her knees bent.
Yes, sir.
320 just shows that same side of the bed, just from the other side of the bed.
Yes, sir.
And then once you all get her revived to a certain extent, what do you all do with her?
We take her from the bed and put her on a stretcher, and that's when the ambulance takes her to the hospital for further evaluation.
Okay. I'll pass this.
Any questions, Mr. Moore?
Good morning, Mr. Tuck, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. My name is Kobe Warren. I represent Mr. Chemirmir, and have a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
So I kind of want to clear up something out, approach on,
Yeah.
and really I don't even need to approach, but Mr. Tuck, when you were saying, I just want to make sure that the jury's clear. So on states 15 here, you're stating that this would be her body, but her feet would be on the ground, is that correct?
It's more perpendicular to the red line.
Like such?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But, and her feet would have been on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, so Mr. Fitzmartin asked her how far up the bed where the mattress would have been on her thighs, is that correct?
Correct.
So, and you said about 3/4 up, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you say roughly the mattress would be
A little higher than that.
I'm sorry?
It's a little higher than that.
Like, kind of
the
close
bottom of your suit jacket.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then from there would have been the space, but from there up would have been all mattress on her back, is that correct?
Correct.
So if someone would have been sitting there and just kind of leaned back, that would have been the position you found her in?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you say that you've been with Plano Fire Department now for what, about 14 years, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived, I'm assuming it's with your, were you on the truck or were you on the ambulance that day?
I was on the truck that day.
Okay. Which one arrived first, you recall?
The truck did.
And then, I know it was at least you and was it Engineer Barry that were first to go inside, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was it you or Engineer Barry the one that actually did the sternal rub on this?
Driver, Engineer Barry.
I'm sorry?
Barry.
Okay. And you say that's just the kind of rubbing of the knuckles on the sternum,
Yes, sir.
and it's a little uncomfortable, and if a person is conscious enough or is knocked out enough, they'll respond and wake up, is that correct?
Correct.
About how long did you actually do that, or did Engineer Barry do that rub on her?
It wasn't very long. We're looking for any kind of response. It doesn't have to be verbal or they don't really jump up, but I want to say it was a couple, maybe a second and a half, 2 seconds. Then her eyes open up a little bit, and that's enough of a response for us to say she's alert to painful stimuli.
Was the sternal rub the first treatment that you guys did when you got there?
I believe that was the first one he did, yes, sir.
Did you do something prior to that?
I believe I was setting up the leads, the stickers for the EKG,
Okay.
and also preparing the glucose test.
Could you see, like, from her chest or abdomen, her breathing when you first came in?
Yes.
Okay. And then slowly she starts to regain consciousness, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And she says, what she says in regards to someone forcing their way in, forcing her to the bedroom, and then putting a pillow over, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you stated that you've been out here to this location before, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And even outside of that location, I mean, you've been on, in 14 years, how many calls have you been on?
Quite a bit.
A few, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And now, when you go out on the scene, if you're able to receive information from a patient or potential patient that you're responding to, your job and your goal is to take that information as you receive it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Regardless of what they're saying or how they're saying, you just take that information, you notate it, and you go about your assessment to see how to best treat them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have no idea if the information that they give you is actually factual or true. Isn't that true, Apostle Tuck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, maybe we can be released.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you can take the witness stand. Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you so solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed, Mr. Blaine.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and introduce yourself?
Hello, my name is Officer Jamal Kemp.
And how are you? Can you spell your first name?
Sure. It's Jamal.
And how are you employed?
I am a police officer with the Plano Police Department.
How long have you been with the Plano Police Department?
About 13 and a half years.
And what are your duties there at the Plano Police Department?
I am a patrol officer in the patrol division.
And what do you do as a patrol officer in the patrol division?
So basically, you dial 911 and I respond to the call.
So, exactly. If I lived in your, do you have a certain area that you patrol, or is the whole city your domain?
I have a certain area.
And if I lived inside that city and there's a bump in the middle of the night and I call 911, you're the guy who might show up to my door if you're on duty.
Yes, correct.
All right. Sometimes do you, and were you working in this capacity back in March 19th of 2018?
Yes.
And is Medical City Plano, is that part of your area of town too, or it was at that time?
Yes.
Did you respond to a call at Medical City Plano at around 10:43 on March 19th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
All right, tell me, how did you get that call?
So there's an off-duty police officer that works inside of the ER, the emergency room rather. When that officer became aware of the situation, the call came out, the sergeant was notified, I was notified to respond.
And is that what you did? You responded to that officer?
Yes.
And who was, do you recall who that officer was?
Yes, it was Officer Franz.
And so Franz's duty is to kind of make sure that everything's safe at Medical City. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
So when a call like this might come in, it's your job as a patrol officer to kind of assist in that and kind of take over that call at that point.
That's accurate.
All right. And so you proceed to Medical City Plano, and did you have an occasion to meet an individual by the name of Mary Bartell?
Yes.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 32. Is this Miss Bartell at the hospital that day?
Yes, it is.
Now, did you, do you respond to all women who show up at a hospital or at a hospital situation seeking treatment?
No.
In this situation, was there a reason why the police department is involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the information that you had about Ms. Martell when you arrived?
The information that was given to me was that somebody forced their way into Ms. Martell's apartment and tried to smother her with a pillow.
And was she missing any items from her person?
Yes.
Did you make contact with Ms. Martell?
Yes, sir.
And did she confirm those facts to you?
Yes, she did.
So once you had the basic information from Ms. Bartell, what did you do next with that information?
Once I got all the information from Ms. Bartell, I contacted Detective Hay.
And is that a detective in your crimes against persons section at the Plano Police Department?
He works in CID. I'm not exactly sure.
What does CID stand for?
It's the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay.
And he's part of that group.
All right. And so at some point in time, did Detective Martinez come out to the Plano Police Department, another person that works in CID?
Yes.
And did you inform him of what you had learned at that point in time?
Yes.
And then once you get that informed, the detectives then take over at that point in time the rest of the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you have another duty or go and do something else right after this, in relation to this case?
Yes, I did. I contacted Officer Lamar and asked him to go back to the original call location. I went to Plano Fire Department 5 and met with Lieutenant. His first name is Alex. Last name is Shahanda. It's SHAHANDEH.
Glad you had to spell that out. Okay, and so why did you send the other officer back to Ms. Bartell's apartment?
At that point, it was a crime scene and it needed to be secured.
To your left is a board there entitled March 19th of 2018. Do you see that 5,000 Old Shepherd Place?
Yes.
And is that the city of Plano?
Yes, it is.
And is that Collin County, Texas?
Yes, it is.
I'll pass it over.
Mr. Warren, okay?
Just briefly, thank you. Afternoon, Officer Kemp, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Name is Kobe Warren. I've got a few questions for you. So when you arrived at Medical City Plano, that was in response to the dispatch or the information being sent out from Officer Franz. Is he stationed there at that hospital?
He was working that day
Okay.
at the hospital.
Does that position kind of rotate between officers up there?
Yes, it's an off-duty position, so officers typically work there
Okay.
in their off time.
And so you respond, and then you go through the process, and you end up speaking to Ms. Bartell on that point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you spoke to Ms. Bartell that morning, Officer, can you recall that she was unable to tell you the race of the individual that came to her apartment?
That's correct.
Thank you, Officer.
Thank you.
Briefly, officer, did you notice anything missing off her ring fingers?
I didn't personally notice.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, take this officer to release.
Yes, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second, can you call the roll, please?
Judge, at this time, we will offer State's Exhibit number 59, which is the medical records for Mary Retrial.
Okay.
No objection, Judge.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 59 will be admitted.
And then at this time, Judge, we will call Mary Bartell by deposition.
And that will be State's Exhibit number 1 that is already ended.
I think it's 61, Judge.
Yes, 61, yes.
Dennis Harmon from the state of Texas. Harmon from the state of Texas.
I do.
Judge, do you have any control over the speakers? I don't know.
I have an amplifier, I can turn it up.
Please.
louder. Okay. I can do that.
Dennis Harmon from the state of Texas.
Okay, can you please introduce yourself and spell your name?
Excuse me, I'm Mary A. Bartell. Mary is the usual spelling, M-A-R-Y. A, my middle initial, and Bartell is B, as in Bob, A-R-T-E-L.
And Ms. Bartell, when were you born?
March 3rd, 1927.
And where were you born?
At Linden, Illinois, L-Y-N-D-O-N, Illinois.
And it's sometime, did you move to Texas?
Yes, that was in, that was a little over 6 years ago.
You're around 2012? And, is that a yes? You have to say yes or no.
Yes,
And three of your three boys have moved into the Dallas area. Is that
the
right?
3 sons all lived here at the time when I wanted to move this way to Carrollton, but that's only 2 more minutes away.
Okay. And I sometimes use the word Dallas for all of this whole area, and I apologize about that.
That's
Okay?
okay.
But you, when you moved to Texas in 2012, where did you move to?
Where I was residing before I tripped and fell and broke my femur and had to have hip surgery at Preston Place Independent Living. That's where my husband and I moved and where I continue to live.
Okay. And you moved in there, and that's at 5000 Old Shepherd,
That's correct.
and that's actually in Plano and in Collin County.
That's true.
And you all had a And you're in the same apartment now,
Yes.
if you were able to move back there, and you still own that apartment
Yeah,
or
well,
rent that apartment?
rented by the month.
Okay, and it's the same one that you and your husband moved into?
That's true.
It's a two-bedroom?
2-bedroom, 2 baths.
Now, why is it, obviously you have sons in this area, where was your husband's health started to fail a bit at that time?
That's why we were considering moving here, yes. Then our daughters, the 3 daughters who are still in the Midwest, still living where they lived in 2012, they were 2 to 5 hours away from where we were living in Rockford, Illinois. So when my husband would have a medical emergency, 2 to 5 hours before any of them could get there. And yes, I wanted to come here.
Because you're about 15 minutes away from your 3 boys, in maybe different directions, with about 15
That's
minutes.
correct. That's correct.
And then, I think you might have already mentioned this, but your husband passed away in 2015.
Yes, he did.
Okay. So now that you're still living in the same place, I kind of want to talk to you a little bit about your normal activities that you would have at your apartment, kind of what your normal daily schedule would be.
Okay.
Tell me what that was like prior to the reason why we're here. Okay, what was your normal schedule?
Ever since I retired, and in the summertime, when I didn't have classes that day, I would always go to 6:30 Mass in the morning, either, in Rockford when we lived there, or when we came here. 6:30 Mass here at Prince of Peace.
And that's in Plano. So,
Yes, 7/10 of a mile from where I live.
So you make the 6:30 Mass, and those go pretty fast at 6:30 in the
That's
morning.
5 days a week. Normally on Saturday, the Mass would be 9 o'clock. It varies a little bit as to whether it's during the school year or summertime, or which priest are on vacation or whatever.
Sure. So you would make that, and then when you come home, what was your normal routine after Mass?
I guess we can go with after my husband passed away.
Yes, absolutely, around this time.
Okay, so I would get home, around about 7:15, something like that, and I would have breakfast, and then I would usually, my sister-in-law in Rock Island, Illinois, she and I have always been good friends, and so some days I would call her a little before 8 o'clock in the morning. I would call her usually at least once a week, or I might call some other friends. I still had a lot of friends who were living then who are not living now.
Okay.
When I'm 91, that's the way it works.
Okay.
And and then I would like to read the paper for a few minutes, the Dallas Morning News, and then I would usually go to the computer room and check to see if I had any emails, and write emails and so on and so forth. And then 6 days a week, I would always walk to aerobic exercises at our veranda. That's our center where we have lunch, or even they have various activities there, including aerobics.
And that was kind of your normal morning routine?
Yes, yes.
Some days might differ, but if it was a normal day, that's what you might do. Do they provide food for you there at Parkview, as far as breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
No, you can purchase lunch and dinner there if you wish. And lunch is, normally people go to the dining room in the veranda, the community center, for lunch, although you could have a big order if you want to. The evening meal, if you order it, is always delivered to your apartment.
Okay. Did you make use of that, or would you kind of fix your own food?
I usually fix my own food. Seniors have a lot of different do's and don'ts when it comes to eating.
Okay. So you would figure out what the do's are for you and just do that? Is that
Yes,
right? Okay.
that's true.
Now, we didn't really talk too much about Parkview. Is it an independent living? Is that what you would call it?
It's independent living.
Do they have assisted living as well there?
No, just independent,
Just
that's all.
Okay. And do they provide healthcare workers if you need it, or do you have to hire that from the outside?
They would prefer that you use the ones they have vetted
Okay.
and agree that their backgrounds are okay. But with the change of ownership that we had, I guess it was in this last spring, they said it, again, been that way in the past, but that if you had a caretaker that you brought from the outside rather than getting someone through our office, that then you would have to make sure that you would have to pay for a background check for them.
Now, Parkview, do the doors to the apartments, they open to the outside world, or is it a hallway?
You're talking about Preston Place, that's where I live.
I'm sorry, yeah, Preston Place.
Preston Place.
Okay, Preston Place.
Well, my apartment, there are 224 apartments there at Preston Place, and 15 of them are 2-bedroom, 2 baths like mine. So my apartment was originally 2 apartments, and they put them together to make 1 apartment. 15 of those. So, yes, the doors do open out. And so I have 2 outside doors that go into the breezeway. And then there are 2 doors that go out to the patio and the storage area.
And you're on the first floor?
That's correct.
What's your apartment number?
816.
And so there's a number of different buildings. What building are you in?
8.
Building 8. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you now about the date of March 19th.
All right.
That morning, was that one of those typical mornings where you went to church at 6:30
Yes, it was.
at Prince of Peace?
That's correct.
And when you came home, did you have one of those phone calls like you mentioned to your sister-in-law?
Yes, I did. After I had eaten breakfast, I called my sister-in-law in Rock Island. Her husband had passed away. My dad and my husband's brother, my brother-in-law in Rock Island had passed away earlier this year. So, like I mentioned earlier, I would usually call my sister-in-law at least once a week. So I called her a few minutes before 8 o'clock because I could usually reach her at home at that time. And so we talked for 15 or 20 minutes. And then I read the newspaper for maybe 15, 20 minutes, I don't know. And that would be about right, 15 to 20 on each one. And then I went to the computer room because I was going to send an email to my children about the phone call, because they're very fond of their Aunt Dawn too, and are always asking about her and how she's doing. And so I was at the computer. It was about 8:30 on this Monday, March 19th, and I heard this very insistent rapping at the door, and I wasn't sure, with my poor hearing, even though I have hearing aids, I wasn't sure whether it was my doors, or my door that was being knocked at or rapped at, or whether it was across the breezeway. I couldn't tell.
So what, just let me stop you there. So does your door and then would it be 817 is across the hall from you?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Well, whatever the number is, would it be directly across the hall? Like the doors kind of open up into each other?
Well, if I opened this door, for example, the main door that I used for 816, if I opened the door, it would open, let's see, it would open inward, I believe.
You can't ask him.
Oh, no,
It's okay. It's okay. Your son's sitting next to you, but you can't ask him.
No, I know that's true.
Yeah,
I know that's true.
don't worry about how it
Okay.
opens, but directly across
the door opened inward, because I remember when I went to the door, and you know, they say before you open the door, ask, who is it? Well, if it's one of my neighbors, they're probably as deaf as I am, and I would never know who was at the door.
Okay.
So anyway, the door was open inward, and when my eyes were just fixated on these green rubber gloves that I saw. And I knew instantly when I saw those two green rubber gloves, number one, I should not have opened the door. Number two, my life was in grave danger. I tried to push the door shut, incest in pushing the door shut. So he was inside in my apartment, and he said, "Don't fight me, lie on the bed." So I did as he said, because I knew I could not overpower him physically. And of course, as soon as I lay down on the bed, told me to lie down on the bed. Anyway, he just smashed a pillow down hard over my face and my chest, and I just couldn't breathe. And I tried to move this left hand under the pillow to get to my medical alert button. I'm not wearing it here because it doesn't work more than 700 or 800 feet from the monitor. Anyway, it was totally impossible for me to even, the pillow was slammed down so hard over my head and my chest that there was no way I could even move my hand toward the medical alert button. So anyway, after, I don't know, 3 minutes or however long, it seemed longer than that, of course, that he was just using all his weight to keep me from breathing at all, I passed out. And as soon as I lost consciousness, he took my...
Hold on, let me slow you down.
Okay, all right, all
Let me
right.
slow you down, okay? Because I need to break this up a tad, okay? So you heard a knocking on the door, and you went and you opened the door, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you have to unlock the door to open the door?
Yes,
Do you normally keep your door locked?
yes.
When you opened the door, could you see the individual on the outside? Did you see his face? Did you ever look at his face?
I was fixated by the green rubber gloves.
Okay, so you never did get a look at his face.
No, I did not.
Would you be able to tell what race he was, or how tall he was, or how much he weighed?
The short answer is no.
When you came to the door, you fixated on the hands and the rubber gloves. Is that right?
That's correct.
When he came in, he said to you, "Don't fight me," and get or lay on the bed. Is that right?
Lie on the bed.
Could you detect an accent to his voice at that time in any way, shape, or form?
Well, no, I have to say no because
You did. That's fine. Then, did you walk to your bed? Did he pull you to your bed, or did you just do
I walked in to the bed and I put my head down on the bed on my body and then he slammed the pillow down hard.
And the pillow that he used, he got off of your bed. Is that right?
That's correct.
How many pillows do you think were on your bed at the time?
2.
Do you know which pillow he used that was on your bed?
Yes, he used the one that I normally slept on.
And was there a pillowcase on that pillow?
Oh, yes.
Now, after he puts the pillow on your face, did you struggle with him at all?
No, because, well, I mentioned how
You try to get to your call button.
and the pillow was smashed down so hard I couldn't even get my hand underneath it.
Okay. That call button, if you were to hit it, what happens to that? Where does that call go to?
It goes to the call center, and they immediately, there's this loud, and I didn't set it off, but this is the way it works. There's this loud squawking noise in the apartment, which just, you couldn't miss it no matter how deaf you were. Emergency, emergency, emergency.
Does it call someone at Preston Place, or is it an outside contractor that it calls?
I think it probably calls the closest fire station with EMTs.
The next thing that happened after he puts the pillow over your face, you try to press the button, is that you know that you passed out. Or went
I
unconscious.
lost consciousness.
What is the next thing that you remember happening after that time?
All right. I came to when I was on a gurney with the EMTs outside my bedroom in my dining room area, and I said to the EMTs, "Could you please take me to Med Center of Plano?" And they already had the information from my refrigerator, and they said yes.
Were any of your friends at your apartment at that point in time?
Yes, Jackie Midkiff, who lives in my building, 8, and she and I would walk to exercise, aerobic exercises in the veranda 6 days a week.
Was there anybody else, any of your other friends in your apartment?
Yes, Betty Brady, who lived across, she lived in the same corridor. She came by to go to exercise too, and Jackie had already, she tried the door when she was there by herself.
Let me stop you there, because we're not going to go into, because she would have had to have told you that.
Yes, okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I don't want to
okay.
get into what anybody
All right, I came to, I regained consciousness. I was getting oxygen when I was on the gurney outside my bedroom.
Did they transport you to the hospital you wanted to go to?
Yes, and may I add, there was also another friend.
Okay, who was that?
My registered nurse friend, Barbara Quarry. It's Quarry. She and Jackie and Betty Brady were the 3 people that I saw in my apartment when I regained consciousness.
Okay. And you were transported to the hospital through the ambulance.
That's correct.
Did any of your friends ride with you in the ambulance? Or was it just the paramedics?
No, they did not. I don't think that's allowed.
Okay, so when you get to the hospital, at some point in time, your son, John, is called. Is that right, or how does that?
I think they called him while I was still in my apartment.
Okay. Did they use your phone to do that?
I think they used my cell phone.
Okay. At that time, where was John?
He was at the Denver airport on his way to my sister-in-law's funeral in Idaho.
Okay. At some point in time, when you get to the hospital, do your other sons show up at the hospital?
Yes, they were there, Rick and Tom. They were there, I think about as soon as I got there.
Okay. At some point in time, do you talk to the police officers at the hospital?
Yes.
Now, was there some question, did the police initially not think that you may not have been attacked like you were? Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember exactly.
All right. And but you were able to convince them that it really was an attack?
Actually, this was after the examination, and to answer your question, I almost have to tell something that was told to me by my oldest son, Rick.
Okay. Well, let's do this. When you came to, did you notice on your hands, or did someone notice on your hands that you were missing some jewelry?
Well, I noticed it.
All right. What were you missing on your hands?
I was missing my engagement ring and my wedding ring.
All right. So you're pointing to your left hand at this point in time.
Yes.
You had a wedding band. Was it a gold wedding band?
Yes.
And then a engagement ring, and it had a diamond
Yes.
on your left hand ring finger.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you normally wear a ring on your right hand?
Yes, my husband gave me a diamond ring 50 years previously, and I always wore that on my right hand.
And it was a unique looking ring, is that right?
Yes, yes.
It had a stone in the middle and then maybe 3 smaller stones on either side,
That's correct.
and a kind of little design pattern to either side.
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew those were gone. at the
Yes.
hospital. Did you know of anything else that was missing from your apartment at the hospital? You didn't know what was missing there at that time?
I don't think I realized the other 4 pieces of jewelry that were missing while I was on my way to the emergency room.
Okay. When you got back to your apartment, at some point in time you were allowed back to your apartment, is that right?
Yes, not the first 2 days, it was a crime scene.
Okay. When you got back in there, did you look around and notice that there are some other pieces of jewelry that are missing?
Yes, there were 4 that were missing.
What did those generally look like?
Well, one was a gold locket from the Vatican Library. It opened in it, and my son Tom and his wife gave me that 1 year after my husband passed away. It had my husband's picture in it. And then there were, let's see, there were 2 other gold locket or gold crucifixes that were missing from the jewelry box that was on top of the dresser at the foot of my bed. And there was also a silver-plated Swarovski bracelet missing from the box that was there on at the foot of my bed.
On top of the dresser that was there?
That's correct.
Now, you have, at some point in time, were you given a pacemaker in your heart?
Yeah, I have it right here.
Okay, tell me about that. When did you get a pacemaker?
I had a non-functioning right kidney removed, and I can't remember whether it was 2013. It must have been 2014. I know my husband was still alive. 2014, and I had the surgery in the afternoon, and that evening my heart was only beating 5 times per minute.
Okay, so they decided to do something about that.
Yes, yeah, they called the superintendent of the hospital 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know
Okay.
what they thought he would do, but
Okay, so after that, you had a pacemaker that helps you to regulate your heartbeat, is that right?
correct.
Now, in your apartment, there are 4 doors that lead to the outside.
That's correct.
There are 2 doors that would have been the front doors of the 2 apartments that were put together. And then there are 2 patio doors that lead
That's
to the outside.
correct.
Do you normally use that, the door that the man came in, is that your normal door that you would use to go in and out?
Yes, it is.
Do you ever use the other front door?
Well, the one that opens off my dining room area, I have a rose bush out there that I water every day or 2.
I'm talking about the original front doors, okay?
Oh,
Do you ever use the original? I know you use the one front door the man came in.
but I don't use the other one.
You don't ever use that other one.
No.
Okay, that stays locked and that you don't
That's
go in
correct.
that.
That's correct.
Now, there are 2 patio doors.
Yes,
One off of your, basically off the living room area, and one off of what would be the dining room area.
correct.
Do you go out those doors?
Well, I was trying to explain, but I didn't explain it very well, I guess. I did have 2 blooming rose bushes on each patio, but the one off my living room, winter killed, frostbite or whatever.
Okay. So that patio door, would you normally keep both of those patio doors locked?
To the best of my knowledge, they would always be locked.
And when you're in your apartment, normally, when you walk in your door, you normally lock your front door.
Oh, yes, immediately.
So you ought to always keep those doors locked, all exterior doors.
That's my intention.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to show you some pictures, okay?
All right. All right.
Now what I've done is marked all of these with a sticker, okay, on the bottom and a number. And that's the way we're going to have to be able to refer to them. I've got your name underneath each one of the numbers, okay? So first I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1 for Bartell. Does this, what are we looking at when we look at this?
Well, we're looking at the Preston Place retirement community and the layout of the buildings.
So it's on the corner of Preston Road and Old Shepherd
Place.
All right. And we see a number of buildings. How many apartments are there in this?
224.
Now, do you hold, which building is your building?
Well, mine is building 8.
You can go ahead and circle it on State's Exhibit number 1.
This is rather,
So if you have Old Shepherd up here, and the pool is here, is your area down there?
let's see. Come in, I go over that way. And go this way. Okay, so this is,
If you don't know, that's fine.
this should be my building here, I guess.
Well, if you don't, I don't want you to guess, so don't mark it if you're guessing it. If it's not that building, that's fine. Okay, well, you can go ahead and circle the one you think it is, that's fine. Now, let me ask you this, are you about to circle this one on the bottom right? Is there any greenery around your building, like grass?
Yeah, there's grass.
Okay, this building here doesn't have any grass around it.
Well, there's a sidewalk in front, and then there's some grass. This is surprising because there's a parking lot in front of my place.
And then there's a parking lot in the front, and then is there a kind of an open grass green area behind it?
Back,
Okay, because this building over here has a parking lot in the front and a green area in the back. But if you don't know, that's fine.
I'm not sure from the looks of this
Okay.
diagram.
Let's just move on then, okay? So here's State's Exhibit number 2. Is this a layout of your apartment?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And the door that, in which one of these bedrooms on State's Exhibit number 2 would be the bedroom that you normally slept in?
This one.
Okay, so the one in the top left-hand corner of the dining room. And then it says back here, because we got this off the internet, is that the door that you would normally use?
Yes.
The one that says back?
Yes, that would how it normally is.
And is that the one the man came in?
Yes, it is.
And then over on the other side, you see it says front, but that's the door you would normally keep locked.
That's correct.
Now we have a living room and a dining room.
Yes.
The living room, the patio and balcony, is that the patio and balcony where you said the rose bush died?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and on the other side of that patio and balcony out there, does that kind of open up into a green
Grass,
space?
the area.
Okay, and there is a walkway out there, is that right?
Directly behind, yes, there is a sidewalk.
Going back to your front door,
Mhm.
where is the parking lot from your front door on this diagram? Would it be?
Actually, it's out here, because if I look out my bedroom window, it's right there, or if I look out here, I can see the parking lot.
Okay, so if you went out of the dining room door, out of the patio balcony, you would be out into the parking lot area out there. Is that
Yes,
right?
it's not a balcony, could I mark through here?
You can mark through it if you'd like to. Because
It's on the
it's just a
first
patio.
floor.
It's just a patio. Okay. All right, there's no balcony on that side either.
No,
So you could-
same thing.
All right, so outside the patio, you would look out and that would be a garage, a parking lot outside the patio that's in the dining room.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 3 for Bartell. And this is your building, is that right? Building 8.
Yes, it is.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 4 for Bartell, is this that front door that we've been talking about?
Yes, that's the front door that I use.
That you would go in and out of, and that's the same front door that the man came into?
That's correct.
And if we look at State's Exhibit number 5 for Bartell, it's just a close-up that just shows the number of your apartment door.
Yes, that's correct also.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 6 for Bartell is this. When we step inside your front door, is this what we see as far as the dining room side of your
Yes, it
apartment?
is.
And you had mentioned about reading a newspaper
Mhm.
that morning. We see on the
Mhm.
table a newspaper. Is that the
Yes.
newspaper we're talking about?
That's the one.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 7, we're a little bit further into that room, and we can now see a hallway and what looks like maybe a walker underneath the crucifix.
That's correct.
And is that, if we were to go up there and around by that walker, will that enter into your bedroom?
Yes, it's just behind this wall.
Behind the wall that has the picture of the sailboats?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit number 8, are we now kind of looking in a clockwise fashion around your apartment?
Yes.
And we can still see the walker with the crucifix, but now we're looking over. Is this door that's open, is that a restroom? Is that a
Yes, bathroom.
Okay.
Mhm.
State's Exhibit number 9 for Bartell, we're still looking to the right around your apartment, is that right?
Yes, and this is, my kitchen is back behind this granite counter.
Okay, we can see a granite countertop, there might be some keys, or maybe a coffee maker
That's
there.
correct.
That, behind that wall there where there's some, no, that's the door, but behind that door is the kitchen area.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if this door were closed.
Closed, you would be able to see a little bit better.
Yes,
And then further down in is getting into your living room to the left of the kitchen.
yes, that's right.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 10, now we can see your kitchen area.
Yes.
Come further around.
Mhm.
Is that right? And we can still see that coffee maker
Yes.
there and the same set of keys that are on the
Yes, that's correct.
countertop. Now, if we moved in a little bit further, we would now see the full scope of your living room. Is that
Mhm.
correct? And then
Yes.
we're looking at State's Exhibit number 11 for Bartown.
All right.
And out that door there is the bush that we were talking about, and I'm showing the door that's in the middle of the room. There, that's where that dead rose bush would be.
Yes, it was right there.
Okay. And when you said right there, you were pointing out that window that's the blinds are open on. Is that correct?
In this particular picture, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 12, we keep looking now, going in that clockwise fashion, and we can see the door that you don't use. It would have been the front door to the other apartment.
Yes,
All right. And you have a TV and another sitting chair in there. Is that right?
yes. Mhm.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit number 13 Bartel, is this the room,
The
that's
computer room.
the computer room? And if we look back on State's Exhibit number 2 for Bartel, where that's what is called on this, the little den, the den. Is that right?
Well, I call it computer room, but
Okay.
it's the same.
Well, because they have den written on here, that's the room we're talking about on
That's
State's
correct.
Exhibit number 2.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were talking about going in to write an email, that's where you would have been.
Yes,
Is that
this
there?
is a chair in front of the computer.
Okay, and you were pointing to it's kind of off the side of the picture there, but
Yes.
that's a computer chair or whatever.
Yes, yes.
Now going back, if we look at State's Exhibit number 14 for Bartel, is this showing your bedroom that you slept in?
Yes, it is.
So right to the right of this picture, we would, if we had backed up, we'd see that walker and the crucifix.
Outside the
the room.
door of my bedroom, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 15 for Bartel. Now we're standing inside your room and we're seeing the kind of the side of your bed. Is that right?
Yes. Mhm.
And State's Exhibit number 16 for Bartel. Now we're seeing the foot of your bed and the dresser you had mentioned earlier.
That's correct.
And you actually have 2 dressers there, one with a mirror and one without. Is that correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 17 for Bartel. We're now looking at that, a little close-up now of the dresser with the mirror. Is that correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 18 for Bartel. This is the other dresser that does not have the mirror in the corner. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
State's Exhibit number 19 for Bartel. It's the other side of your bed. So if we're looking at your bed, this is the left side of the bed. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm curious about this drawer that's open here at the bottom of this dresser, or this, I guess, whatever you want to call this.
Actually, don't tell my attacker, but that's a jewelry chest.
It is? That whole thing is a jewelry chest? Okay. Was this drawer open, do you think, that day? Did you
well-
left that open?
I doubt it, but
You don't know for sure.
that wouldn't be my normal pattern,
Okay.
because usually the things I wore for every day were just either on these side doors would open up, and those would normally be the things I would just wear for every day, pieces of jewelry hanging in there.
Okay, so I'm perfectly clear on this. We're talking about the white, it looks like a small dresser. Are these all drawers that go up and do they all open up?
Actually, it's jewelry chest.
It's a jewelry chest. Okay, we're gonna call it a jewelry chest. Do these drawers open and pull out? Are those separate drawers, each one of
Let's see, there may be, I think the top one, I don't think it pulls out because this box on top, if you take that out, then this is a lid that
Okay.
opens
All
up.
right, that's what I was gonna ask you about, because you were talking about doors opening. So the lid can open up, which would make that top drawer actually stationary.
Yes,
And then there's items in there. Do these side doors to
they
this-
swing
They
open.
swing open, so you have other items inside there. And we're looking at State's Exhibit number 19 for Bartel.
Yes. Mhm.
But these other, apart from the top one, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it seems like some of those might open up as drawers,
They all do,
They all-
except for the top one.
except for the top one, okay. And your normal practice is not to leave that bottom one open?
No, I wouldn't have it open because, unless I was going to some very special event where I kept my more expensive jewelry there.
Did you notice anything missing from any of, from this?
No, I
Jewelry
don't
chest.
really think anything is missing from there.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 20 for Bartel. This is just more of your room, the other side of your bed.
Yes, yes.
State's Exhibit number 21 for Bartel. We're back on the dresser that has the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And this is the top of that dresser, is that right?
yes,
Now, it looks like this black box that's on top of this dresser, is that a jewelry box?
yes it is.
And it seems like there's other bits of jewelry that are kind of scattered around the top of the dresser.
Yes, that's true. And this is the one that had the Swarovski silver-plated bracelet in it.
And when you're pointing at this one, you're meaning the black box that has the red ribbon on it.
Yes,
Now, before this day, were these boxes out and open like this and jewelry moved around? like
yes, they were.
that? Okay. You kept that, that's the normal look for
I'm
that
afraid
guy?
so.
Okay, all right. State's exhibit number 22 for Bartell. There again, there's other items that look like jewelry there that were not taken, is that right? Because they're still there.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you had mentioned there were four, there were some crucifixes and there was a locket, chains or things. Were they from this area that they were taken?
Well, the two gold crucifixes were in this jewelry chest here.
Okay, I'm going to bring you back to State's exhibit number 21. You're talking about it looks black in this picture. I'm not sure what it is.
Well, it's pretty much black.
Okay, so this black box, you're saying two of the crucifixes came from that black box?
Yes.
Okay, and then where were the other?
The other one, I think, was just laying in this box.
Okay.
Separate. I mean, it wasn't in a container, separate container.
And you're talking about on State's exhibit number 21 for Bartell, inside the green looking kind of box that has another silver item.
Yes.
Necklace kind of item in there. You're saying one was in there. Where was the locket?
Oh, it was probably just right about there.
Also in that green box as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But the two crucifixes were in this box.
We're in the black box that's
Yes, yes.
adjacent to the green box. Okay. Now, if we opened up that black box, here's State's exhibit number 23 for Bartell. That's what the interior of that black box looks like.
Yes, and this is where the Swarovski silver-plated bracelet was in this empty box.
Okay, so now we've opened up the black box with the red ribbon on it, and you can see that it is empty in State's exhibit.
Yes,
number 23.
right.
Well, and then in State's exhibit number 23, the big black box is open as well.
Jewelry box.
And there are two things missing out of there.
There were two gold crucifixes in this bottom left
Okay.
space.
Okay, so there's a bottom left space on this that's empty, and there was two gold crucifixes in there.
That's correct. And then the third one, the locket, was in this box, you know, as we mentioned earlier.
Okay, are you pointing to the light green box or the dark green box?
It was just laying there in the light green box.
Okay. Section number 24 is just another picture of here, and you can see there you've got a picture of you guys on what looks like maybe an elephant.
Riding an elephant in India.
One of
Yes,
your travels, okay?
that's correct.
State's exhibit number 25 for Bartell. Is this the white box that's the top of the white box?
Let's see.
The white jewelry chest? Does it have a mirror on the top, or is this a different box?
Maybe this is for people who have more jewelry than they need.
So if we look at this box here, and you see how this, if I was looking at it, I would think that this is the top part of your white box opened up. Is that,
This,
if you,
this red box on top.
right, so if we took the red box, we're looking at State's Exhibit number 19. If we took the red box off and we opened that lid, this is what we would be looking down into on State's Exhibit 25. Is that right?
I think so, I think it's in the red box.
Okay. State's number 26, this is your, the bed, and you have a giraffe, stuffed giraffe on there.
Friend gave me that.
Okay. State's number 27 for Bartell, they've noted this. Do you remember if any of these pillows were the pillows that might have been used?
Oh, sure, well, there was one just like that was put over my head, yes. Well, now that shows, that's without, I don't know just when that was taken.
Okay, State's Exhibit number 15 for Bartell. This shows your bed, and it shows there's a pillow back there that doesn't have a pillowcase on it. Do you remember washing a pillowcase before this?
I always did my laundry on Monday morning.
Okay, this is a Monday morning. Do you think you would have taken your pillowcase off of that?
Yes.
But would it be your normal, is that the only pillow that you use, and so you don't wash the other pillow?
You know, depending on whether the laundry was dry by the time I came back from exercise. If it wasn't dry yet, I would move this pillow over and try to get in a short nap before activities that afternoon.
Okay. So, do you know which pillow was actually used on you, or you just know it's one of these pillows?
Oh, well, I'm pretty certain that it had a pillowcase on it.
Okay.
So it was probably one like that.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 28 for Bartell. And what this is showing is that door that's going out to the rose bush that didn't make it through the winter. Okay? And it's just showing that when the police were there, the door was unlocked at the time, which is unusual for the way you run your house.
That would surprise me.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 29 for Bartell. This is standing on your patio looking out, and that rose bush should be right to the left of the photographer.
That's correct.
And then if you went a little bit further out and maybe stood on just past the bushes there, is this what else you would see in that back area on State's Exhibit 30?
Yes, you're right.
All right, now we get to the hospital. And I'm going
Emergency room.
at State's Exhibit number 31 for Bartell. Do you recognize who's in this picture?
Yes.
And who's in this picture?
That's a picture of me in the emergency room.
All right, and there's a green, what would we call it?
Oh,
Smock or
that's
whatever.
one of those lovely ones they put on you when you...
That's a hospital gown.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And because they were having to work on you, to get you there, so that's the gown that they gave you.
Once I got to the emergency room, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 32 for Bartell. Is that a close-up of your face?
Yes, it shows how my nose was all smashed and how on my right cheek, the effects of having all that pressure on there, and I don't know that it's gone away yet because it takes quite a while to heal.
So it's kind of a red, it looks sort of like a light abrasion, but it's a discoloration to your face that you didn't have prior to this.
That's correct.
So your face looked more like it does on the left-hand side
Yes,
prior to
yes.
that. Okay.
In case you're wondering, my dermatologist said those are wisdom spots.
I have a lot of them myself. Yes.
Okay, where,
Not as many as you.
again.
Yes. State's exhibit number 33 is this a close-up of your chin, also showing, and your cheek, showing some of those red marks.
Yes,
Okay. State's exhibit number 34, this is the right side of your face, a little bit closer up, showing those marks. Is that right?
that's correct.
And then they focused in on your nose on State's exhibit number 35,
Yes,
and the cheeks.
deep bruise there.
Okay. State's exhibit number 36, someone is pulling back your eyes to show your eyeballs, correct? Those are your eyeballs.
I would say so.
All right. State's exhibit number 37 for Bartel, there it's focusing on your left eyeball.
I
And
think
then,
they did do them, well, you didn't ask me about any of my eyes.
okay, State's exhibit number 38 for Bartel. Now you're pulling down the lower parts of your eyes to show the under parts of the eyeballs. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then they're showing in State's exhibit number 39, this is your eyes more closed, but showing the inside of the eyelids, at least of your left eye. Correct?
lovely. Yes.
Okay. These aren't the most flattering of pictures, I would admit, but nonetheless, they were taken. We're just going to get through this.
I was the person they were photographing.
State's number 40, your eyes again, correct?
Yes,
Now, State's exhibit number 41 shows to be taken a couple of days later, maybe, but we can still see those abrasions on your face. Is that right? The red
nose and my right
Nose.
cheek.
Okay. State's exhibit number 42 for Bartel, they've kind of focused in, got a little bit closer. Is that correct?
Yes,
State's exhibit number 43 for Bartel, we're back at the hospital from this day, and that's your left hand. Is that right?
yes it is.
And it's missing its ring that was originally on there, is that right?
The engagement ring and the wedding
And the
ring.
wedding ring. And State's exhibit number 44 for Martel, there is you're missing your right ring finger.
The diamond ring that I wore for 50 years after my husband gave it to me.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's exhibit number 45 for Bartel. And is this a picture of your hand that had that unique ring that you have?
Yes, that I wore on my right hand.
And you or your family provided this to the Plano Police Department as an
Yes.
example of what that ring looked like.
Yes, that's my understanding.
At some point in time, were you shown State's exhibit, a picture similar to State's exhibit number 46?
And I said, that is my ring, my diamond ring that my husband gave me 50 years ago.
And on this picture, that is not your finger, though, that ring is on?
No,
Okay. State's exhibit number 47. Do you remember the Plano Police Department having you come down and identify some pictures?
yes,
And inside this packet, is that what this packet is? It's showing that their version of that same State's exhibit number
Yes.
46.
Mhm.
And did you initial that was your ring?
yes, I did.
And that's on the second page. On the third page, they show it to you again, and there is that same picture, and you're able to initial that. And this is on
Yes.
April 2nd of 2008.
Yes. Mhm.
This is the picture that I guess they had maybe emailed it to you, and you were able to see it, and someone had reported back. Tom, I guess, Bartel reported back that yes, that's that's the ring from her right hand.
Yes.
And then you initialed that as well on that
Yes.
same day.
Mhm.
Then they also have gotten a portion of your phone activity from
Yes.
that morning, and it's showing that at 7:50, that's your call to Dawn Bartel,
Yes.
your
Mhm.
sister-in-law.
That's correct.
State's exhibit number 48. Is this another picture provided by you or your family that shows your wedding ring and your engagement ring?
Yes, it is.
All right. State's Exhibit number 49, Bartell, it's just a different view, but just capturing your wedding ring and your engagement ring.
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 50 for Bartell, was there a solitaire missing at some point in time? Do you know anything about a solitaire diamond missing?
Well, well, this is, that's the locket.
Okay,
This
we're
is-
talking, well, let's jump to State's Exhibit number 53 for Bartell. Is this the locket that you're missing that would have had your husband's?
When you opened it up,
It would have your husband's picture. Okay. And State's number 52, is this a picture off the internet or someplace that your family had found that they said this is what it looks like?
Similar.
Similar to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, it's very much similar, isn't it?
Yeah, very similar. But this picture is a picture of you in a turtleneck wearing this locket.
Yes.
If we go back to State's Exhibit number 51, you see the chain is the same chain off the same deal. But do you remember anything about a solitaire diamond being missing and giving appraisal of it? If you don't,
I don't recall that,
okay, okay.
that I have that missing.
Okay, so that was it. So Stacy number 50 and Stacy number 51, you don't remember that, or you don't identify with that?
Well, like you said, the chain looks similar.
Okay, and it's fine. But Stacy number 52 and 53, you do remember having that and not being able to find that out?
Oh, yes, definitely. That's the one I mentioned that was missing.
Okay. Look at Stacy exhibit number 55. Does that look like one of the gold?
This looks more like the Swarovski silver-plated bracelet.
Okay, it had a crucifix on it?
Yes, it did, and this, of course, would tighten up, the wrist.
Okay. That's Stacy exhibit number 55. Stacy number 54 from Barnes.
That would be similar to one of the gold crucifixes.
Okay. So these are just pictures that someone in your family or you have found on the internet and gave to the police and said, if you find something like this, this is the types of things I'm missing.
Well, that looks very familiar, like the Swarovski
Okay.
silver-plated bracelet.
Okay.
That looks accurate.
And this is just a representation of one of the kind of crosses you.
It's similar.
Okay. What about Stacy number 56? Also one that was similar to the one that you were missing.
No.
Okay. 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 At this point in time, the law states exhibit number 1 through 56 for purposes of this hearing. Now, when you're at the hospital, the police come and talk to you, is that right? And the detectives are getting your information. Do you remember them asking you about some money that you thought might be missing at the time?
Well, I was told that the apartment would be a crime scene for at least 2 days, and none of my family would have access to the apartment. And I said I was concerned because I had just been to the bank a day or two before and gotten some money that was in my purse on the floor in my bedroom.
And And was there some question about how much money it was, right? They were asking how much?
Yes, there was, and actually, the policeman was talking to my sons Rick and Tom outside the hospital room, and the policeman said, "I'll go in and ask your mother how much money she got." And I know I'm only supposed to report what I heard, but the story sort of loses its emphasis unless you know that the policeman said to my two sons, "Well, you know, these elderly people, when someone dies, they just go in their apartment and take all their jewelry and start wearing it."
The other people who live in the apartment, they were thinking that maybe this wasn't, that you were just losing this because other people are taking it from you.
Yeah.
But, so he was going to test your memory of whether you were with it.
Yes, the policeman said to not John, he was on his way to Idaho, my other two sons, that he said, "I'd like to talk to your mother and see what money she got at the bank." And I said, when he came in and asked me, I said, "Well, I had 5 or 6 $20 bills, 1 $10, 8 5s, and 35 $1 bills." And he said to me, "Can you add that up?" I said, "Well, yes, I can add it up, but my head isn't working the best right now." And anyway, after he talked to me, he said in the emergency room, I heard him say, "I'm calling homicide right now."
Because he was convinced that you were with it enough to tell your story.
Yes, he didn't think I had just made up my story.
Okay. I'll pass it.
All right, can we pause right there, Mr.?
Do you need a break or anything before as we go along? Or you
All right. So, great question, as you heard on the video. Here's a good time for a break. So, we will go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time, ladies and gentlemen. If you would, it's 3:35, so if you can be back in the jury room by 3:50, that'll give you a good 15-minute stretch break, and then we will start up when you're done with your break.
All right.
All right, you want a break? Gentlemen, attorneys, if y'all want to take a break, please be back by 3:45 so that we can start talking. Thank y'all. And watch the register. Hey, John, are we deadlocked?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we better like
step up when you do it? You try one? You ever eat these no big? Not healthy, but. It's kind of like a energy. You know what I mean, like a cookie?
Listen up here, son, my 5 hours. Me and the juror know the fight. He was fighting.
He started on the same time, huh?
Oh, no, no.
How long we started on for 2 weeks?
He gave up the
I've
ghost.
been seeing him.
Oh, he gave up the ghost, he was on.
In the black shirt?
And then he fell back, I think so, but he gave up the ghost.
But
And
it
then
was,
also,
I'm
I'm sure that, but just some of that, I guess they found
she's
something.
gonna use it and just kind of.
Oh, you missed, oh, she told me, you want me not to use my brains? I thought it was about to go down when she said that.
No, she's just kind of, you know, that's like.
I can't remember what Glenn had said that he didn't want her to do her, so she like,
She
well,
was like, "You can't talk about anything."
She was talking to Glenn when she was doing that? Man.
Glenn was like, you kick out of those ladies. All the witnesses got to get out too, so nobody's complaining.
Oh, at least you feel safe. One of the attorneys said he was pissed. Just put him, what he said, something he said. It was an attorney who came in there. And I don't even want to say his name, because I
He
was
said
like,
they're coffee
dude,
cookies, they're
if
just
you're
like
offended by that,
peanut butter, chocolate, oatmeal. I mean, they're not terrible cookies, they're just kind of like,
and he had to say, my son, I'm still to the shower. You already came in here wrong. Because when I first, there's 2 times I met him, he was cool. Then a few times after that, it's like, I don't know who you been talking to, or where you been, but you gotta go up and get your feelings hurt with me. And I will go
Well, the
off.
whole point is that that's what.
And we can all go back to the judge's office. And I'm not apologizing. I feel like if I get to the point where I'm wrong for you, then you deserve that. I'm not apologizing, because then it means I was wrong for what I did, and I feel wrong, but I have to go off. You see what I'm saying? This problem. You just retarded. This was doing like you're crazy.
You losing like 3 almost there. Junior, but he worked on it.
But my thing
Old
is,
lady, cause she.
if you losing her, you losing people because it's like it's dry, but she's so witty, it's like,
You know what I'm trying to say?
I mean, they laugh at little things when they walk.
Yeah, I got, they weren't paying
Maybe one or something.
The point they need to know about is that somebody smothered her with a gun.
and then the thing is, the other lady right there, she clutched her pearls like 2 or 3 times long, like she was.
Easy, bring them back.
So, she's definitely one of those. So,
I'm sleeping.
I didn't run away. I didn't do it.
Because I'm just, we haven't eaten lunch. I'm hungry. It is too late. Okay, if they take me back, what do you think?
it's not on.
No, he just came in and took it out.
Yeah, he just, somebody put a blue
Your
shirt
other,
on.
Channel 5 just came in
Oh,
and took
okay.
it out. But I'm
All
getting text from upstairs saying we can still hear this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You gotta help us out here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, because I mean, it's irresponsible to not do that.
I agree.
All right, it's three. We have one, Rick.
Did I give you my witness order list?
Yes.
I have here, the apartment, down the park. Sit down.
I've been bad. Just being with you, they gave me 15 more years.
Hi, I don't know, I just got a text that said that the mics were still live on Law&Crime. And we heard Judge was on your phone, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, are you,
Audio, right?
I'm pulling for everyone, but I can tell you, there's no sound coming out of this camera and these microphones. I can assure you of that.
That's these microphones here as well?
The courtroom mic, just the one on the witness stand and the one on the jury box. But that display right there, well, that's bouncing. But there's nothing, it shouldn't be coming out.
61, the deposition of Ms. Bartell. At this time, we can resume the video.
So,
Water?
that would be nice. Thank you. That's good, thanks. How am I doing?
Okay.
A whole lot better before I broke my leg.
I mean, I know we're reliving some bad memories today, but you're okay? You don't need a break anymore?
No.
Okay. And I'm gonna ask you some questions, and you may not know the answer. If you don't know, just say you don't know. And some of the things I'm asking about is because I don't know. I wasn't there. You were. As a matter of fact, none of us were there. So you're the only person who can answer some of these questions, okay? All right. And as the corporal probably think I have a tendency to talk too fast. So if I do, just tell me to slow down or start over. And I will.
Well, you know, people with hard of hearing, if you speak slowly, I'm more apt to understand what you are saying.
Okay.
Rather than having everything run together.
Well, I will try to do that, and if I don't, just call me out on it, okay?
All right.
I don't have a lot of questions for you. I think that Mr. Bismarck covered most of it, but there's a few things I just wanted to go over with you, okay?
All right.
The fella who did this to you on that day, you'd never seen him there before that you know of. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And quite honestly, you wouldn't know if you had or not because you didn't identify him. You couldn't identify him because you didn't really look at his face that night.
That's correct.
I think you told the police, and you repeated today that once you saw those green gloves, that's kind of what you fixated on.
Yes.
Did you, and I think you told them, the police, when they talked to you in the hospital, that you don't even know what race the fellow was.
No, that didn't bother me either because I know that, you know, when people pick someone out of a lineup, they're wrong more often than they're correct.
Well, I don't disagree, and I'm not trying to indicate that it should bother you. I don't, that's not what I'm getting at. I just mean that as far as description, you weren't able to give skin color, skin tone. I think you gave him a height of about 5'7" or 5'9". I don't remember. You gave him a height. Do you remember that?
Well, that's probably within the range. He wasn't exceptionally tall, that's sure.
And I think you said his build was similar to one of your sons.
No, I never said that. I never said there was any similarity to any of my sons.
Okay. Well, I mean...
Except that they were male.
Okay. Well, I mean, you did, but it's just you were saying he had a normal build, kind of like one of my sons. And then y'all started talking about weight. I mean, I wasn't trying to indicate that either of your sons did anything wrong, but that's...
I understand.
Okay. But that's kind of, as far as a description goes, that's about what you were able to give the police.
Yes.
And honestly, that's all you knew at the time.
Well, I knew I was in bad shape after all that.
And I'm not saying that you weren't. I'm just trying to get some specifics.
Mm-hmm.
I don't envy what you've been through, and I'm not trying to say that it didn't happen. I hope that's not the impression I'm giving. I'm just trying to make sure that we figure out if we have the right person or not. Okay?
All right.
At some point, you said there might have been a mask over his face. Do you remember telling the police that?
I do not remember.
Okay. Well, your memory today is if you told the police that, that might have been something you were thinking at the time, but it's not something you remember independently today.
No, and I mean, maybe I said it, I don't know, I don't recall.
Okay. But all I'm saying, you don't remember that. You don't think that's the case today as we stand here or sit here.
A mask? No, I don't think so. I doubt it.
And you didn't notice, I think Mr. Fitzmartin asked this, but you didn't notice any kind of accent or anything about his voice that stood out to you?
No, I was just mainly concerned about whether I could get some help before I died.
Well, and I'm glad you did. I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to get some specifics, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The person who came to your house that day and roughed you up and abused you, he made you go to your bed. Were you able to determine whether or not he was actually on the bed with you, or if he was to the side of the bed, or do you have any idea where he was standing or what his position was?
I would guess, I don't know for sure, because my face, my eyes were totally blocked out by the pillow. I would sort of guess that he was also on the bed because the pillow was being slammed down and held down so hard without any let up whatsoever.
Okay. So, I mean, a guess, and you're guessing better than anybody else?
I'm guessing that he was also on the bed, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. At one point, you said he might have been wearing a long sleeve shirt. Do you remember anything about that at this point?
I don't recall, do not recall.
Oh. I'm kind of backtracking a little bit, but I think you also kind of described him as being well-spoken. What does that mean?
It means he was able to say, "Don't fight me, lie on the bed."
I know he said that, but what I'm saying is, what did you mean by that? Like he sounded educated, or he sounded calm?
No, just that he knew how to speak elderese.
Okay. The rings that were taken off your hands, were you already unconscious or passed out whenever those rings were removed? So you don't know if they were pulled off forcefully or with some...
No, I don't. I was totally unconscious.
Was there any kind of injuries left on your hands from the removal of those rings?
No.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, they weren't that tight. I mean,
Okay. And I've got a ring. If I want to get this off, I've got to put lotion on it. But
no, they would come off without that.
okay.
I lost some weight.
Okay. Do you know, aside from the smashing down of the pillow in your face, was there any other injuries that the individual...
You're talking about physical injuries?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I can't imagine what you went through in your mind, but I'm saying, were there any punches, kicks, thrown around, anything like that you can think of?
I guess I'd have to say I don't recollect, but I know I didn't want to stay by myself right away after that.
I don't blame you. I hope that my questions aren't offending you. There's some specifics.
I understand.
Okay. I want to show you this picture 19. I know that you and Mr. Fitzmartin were talking about that jewelry chest, but that drawer, I think what you said is that drawer was not open prior to that morning?
No, I wouldn't have left it open like that.
So is it your belief that whoever attacked you also opened that drawer?
I really could not say.
Okay. But it wasn't you?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't leave it like that.
And the State Exhibit 23, I think you indicated that the crucifixes were removed from the bottom left, the empty container. Are all those other things over here, is that gold jewelry as well?
Oh, that's just a handle on, this was originally a tea box. And that gold there is just a handle. There's a handle on each side of it.
I know that, but I'm talking about like these things in the middle, that thing in the bag. It appears to be a couple of chains and some things like that.
No, these are very individualized. No one would want to take anything that was that easy to identify.
Well, that may be the case, but were those gold jewelry as well? Some of those?
No, we just took the gold ones there and the gold locket that was there and the Swarovski.
Here's 24, it's kind of another view. It looks like that's what I'm talking about, that jewelry back there in those bags. Is that gold or is that just?
Oh, I think those are different awards and so on and so forth, but they're not very big.
Okay. So whoever went through there, I guess, picked out a couple things, but didn't take it all,
Well,
obviously.
didn't want to take things that were, well, I think, I'm not sure what was going on in his head.
And I wasn't asking that. I'm just saying that it appeared that they took some things and not other things.
Well, definitely left some things. It was,
And one more question about this. Some of the chains right here looks like they're kind of hanging over the dividers. Did you have it like that, or was it kind of?
I'm afraid so, I did.
Okay. So it wasn't, does it look like someone kind of grabbed it out and threw it back in, or that's just how it looked before?
I don't think those were touched from the way I left them.
Okay. Did you have an impression, and I know you were not conscious for much of this, but do you have an impression or a thought whether or not he went into any of the other rooms or areas of your house that day?
I would be surprised if he did, but I don't really know what happened when I was passed out.
I know, but I mean, nothing was missing from anywhere else other than your room there? Did anything look like it had been gone through, the drawers open? Nothing missing from the bathroom that you know of? Okay. And the time he was in there, how long do you think he was in your apartment before you lost consciousness that day?
I really don't know whether it was altogether 10 minutes or how long.
Several minutes?
Yeah. I said it might have been 10 minutes from the time he entered. I don't really know how long it takes to make someone unconscious, getting no air.
Well, I'm not trying to pin you down to a time. My question comes to this, and the entire time he was in there, which we agreed was several minutes, but probably less than 10. Is that fair?
Well, maybe, I don't really know. I couldn't say for sure how long.
Once he got past the threshold of your door, did he say anything else to you while he was in there?
No, nothing.
So the whole time he didn't mutter anything, he didn't
No.
curse, and did you say anything to him that you can remember?
It's very hard to speak when...
I agree, but I mean, I would think if it
No,
was me,
I said nothing. It was impossible to say anything.
Like if someone was hurting me, I'd say like, please stop, something like that, but there was just no conversation that entire time between either one of you.
Not when your face is, mouth, chest, everything's just smashed with a pillow to suffocate you, no.
Yes, ma'am, and while that
I'm not recommending you try it, but you'll find out it doesn't work.
Okay. And while the fellow was doing that, he wasn't saying anything to you either. It was just total silence in that apartment. Was that right?
Yes. Waiting for me to pass out, I guess. Medical alert button.
There you go. I'm glad one of us knows what I'm trying to say. The medical alert button, does that actually go to a third party place? Is it like a...
If I had been successful and able, and had been able to move my left hand and get it over my medical alert button, that's a big if, because the pillow was down so hard I couldn't even move my hand, my left arm. But when it does go off, like if I had fallen in the apartment or something, it makes the most awful squawking noise. It's just, just screams out, emergency, emergency, emergency. And I think that call I believe, but I'm not positive, that it goes to the nearest fire station.
But it doesn't go to the front desk of this facility. It's a okay, that's what I was talking about. It's a service that exists outside of where we live.
Yes,
If you move
that I
departments,
paid for.
if you move departments, you go with you.
Beg your
If
pardon?
you lived in a different place, that service would go with you.
It could, yes.
When you came to, do you know where that pillow was? The pillow that had been pushed down on your face?
I must say that was the least of my concerns, but it was still on the bed, I'm sure.
And when you woke up, was it over your face still, or did someone remove it from your face beforehand? If you don't know, that's...
I'm not positive.
Okay. What's the first thing you do remember when you woke up? Or
When I
came to?
woke up,
Mhm.
the first thing I remembered, I was on a gurney outside my bedroom, and the EMTs were giving me oxygen.
So when the ladies got there and they found you unconscious, you never woke up during that time until...
No, I did not.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't think I have any more questions for you, but I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Couple things. You said that you didn't want to stay by yourself. Who did stay with you after this?
My son John took 3 months of family leave to stay with me.
Okay, to make sure that you were okay to take care of it.
Yes.
What was going through your mind when, from the minute those gloves started coming towards you, what was going through your mind?
Well, as I mentioned, 2 things. Number 1, I should not have opened the door. And number 2, my life was in grave danger.
And those thoughts continued throughout this whole encounter with this man, is that right?
Well, yes, definitely.
What is your height and weight?
My height is 5 feet 3 inches. I would say my weight at that time was about 125.
I think that's all the questions, man. I'll test witness.
Give him a few seconds if you need to follow up. I don't think I have any questions. There's a lot of anticipation, but I don't think I have any questions either. So thank you, ma'am.
You're off record at 2P1.
Approach up here, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, we'll call Richard Wayne.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge. Your Honor.
Yes, could you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat for me.
Thank you.
And Mr. Fitz Martin, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name, spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Richard Plink, and it's spelled P as in Peter, L-I-N-C-K.
And Mr. Plink, do you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area?
Yes, I live in Allen, Texas.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention back to March of 2018. Are you familiar with a place called, an apartment complex called Preston Place?
Yes, that's where my mother resided.
Okay. And that's at 5000 Old Shepherd Road?
Correct.
And how old was your mother at the time?
She was 99.
Okay. And did you visit her, how long had she lived at Preston Place?
Since actually 1999.
Okay. And is she still with us today?
No, she passed last year.
Okay. Would you go and visit her there on a pretty regular basis?
Yeah, it would be about 2 to 3 times a week.
And what building did she live in?
She lived in Building 8.
And do you know Mary Bartell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And she lived in that same building?
She lived in the apartment downstairs from my mother and from my mother's apartment to the left.
Okay. Permission to approach?
Yes.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 64. Is that a layout of the Preston Place retirement?
Okay, I see Building 8. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 64.
All right, State Exhibit number 64 will be admitted.
Okay, as we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 64, to the top of the diagram, is that Old Shepherd Place, the street there?
Yes, it is.
And then this other street that it is on the corner of, what would that be?
That would be Preston Road.
All right, and so it looks like there's 2 entrances into this that people would use.
Yeah, there was 2 by the office. There was one to the west of the office, and then there was another one to the right of the office. And I believe the one to Preston Road was closed.
Okay, so to come into this, would you generally come in off of Old Shepherd?
You'd have to come in off of Shepherd and decide which way you were going to go.
All right, and you said your mom was in what building?
She was in Building 8.
Okay, is that right here?
Yes.
All right, and there's as delineated here, a garage, and then is this a parking area right out front?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then back in here is this kind of a greenery kind of area?
It's greenery, yes.
All right. And so if you wanted to get into these areas where the apartments are, these little indents are those kind of breezeways into where the apartments are?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And did your mom have a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom?
She had a 1-bedroom.
And was it, and you know Mary Bartell had a 2-bedroom?
Yeah, she had like a double apartment, I believe.
Okay, and so if it's a 2-bedroom, would it span both sides of Building 8?
I believe so.
Okay, and your mom just has half of the Building 8 side.
Right, correct.
Which way, if you were to look out a window of your mom's apartment, which way would you look out, to the greenery or to the parking area?
No, I'd be looking to the parking area.
So I want to direct your attention to March 15th, okay? We just heard about March 19th, but on March 15th, did you come and visit your mom that morning?
Yes, I did. I came to visit, well, to actually take her to the doctor.
Okay, so did you pick her up from Building 8?
I picked her up from Building 8, and it was at 10 a.m.
And where did y'all go?
We went to the doctor, and then we went to lunch afterward.
When you were there that morning, did you notice anybody in the parking area?
Yes, I did notice an individual, and was parked the car and didn't really have anywhere to go, was just kind of standing around.
All right, so he's outside of his car standing around.
Outside of the car standing around, and I really at that point didn't pay too much attention because it didn't seem out of the norm.
And this is a pretty good size apartment complex, would you?
Yes, there's people coming in and out.
Okay, and there's some caregivers that come and things like that?
Yes, caregivers, there's therapists and such.
Family members come to visit?
Yes,
such as-
correct.
Okay, and so you take your mom to her doctor's appointment, you take her to lunch, and then where do you go after that?
Then after that, we returned to Preston Place, and it was about 12:30.
And did you notice the same man was there?
I noticed the same man, the car was in the same position, the same man just standing around, nowhere specific to go. And that then did get me suspicious.
All right, and do you remember how he was dressed?
I would say business casual. He wasn't dressed like a maintenance person or anything, and I don't believe had a tie, but dressed very well, so didn't appear out of place.
Okay. So when you, what did you do? So where did you go with your mom?
Okay, so at that point, we got out of the car, she had a walker, I took her with her walker, we went to the elevator, because she could no longer go up the stairs. We went into her apartment, and then at that point, because I had my suspicions, I then looked out from her apartment and looked towards the car.
And what did you see?
And I saw the car move over to the next building, and I believe that would have been Building 9. That was Building 9.
Okay. And so the individual's gotten back into his car and has moved his car just up to Building 9, which is just...
Yeah, it's a very short distance.
All right.
And he did not get out of the car.
He just
So
parked?
that's further, yeah, parked and stayed in the car, and that really got my suspicion even more.
Okay. And so what did you do at that time?
So at that point, I decided I was going to get the make, model, and color and license of the vehicle. So I got Mom settled, and then I went to leave. And this was about from the time I got her into the apartment to the time we left, maybe about 10 minutes. So then I did that, I approached the vehicle, and I knew I couldn't get everything at one point. So I approached the vehicle and got the make, model, and color, and noted that in my mind. And I approached the individual and asked him a question. After that, I went back to my car and then drove out, passing the car, passing building number 9, and noted the license number. And then I pulled around and pulled out of sight from building 9 and started entering the phone number, rather the license number into my phone. At which point the individual drove past me in the car as appearing to leave, and with some direction. In other words, not just idling, but with direction of wanting to leave, or at least appearing to leave.
Do you remember what type of a car it was?
It was a Nissan Sentra.
A Nissan?
Rather Sentra and Altima. It was a silver Nissan Altima.
Okay. And then did you notice a license plate?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall that license? What the license?
I still have it in my phone. I would have to look there, but I don't remember. It was a Texas plate.
Okay. All right. Do you remember permission to approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you, did you give a statement to the Plano Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and at that time, don't read it out, but do you see that you gave a license plate?
Yes.
At that time? Okay, do you remember the license plate?
Yes, I do remember, and that is my writing.
Okay, and what was the license plate that you gave at that time?
KGM 520.
520 or?
1520.
1520.
KGM 1520.
This is about 4 years ago, is that right?
Yeah, that was in 20, yeah, it would be 4 years, a little bit over 4 years ago.
Okay, all right. Okay, and so let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 62 and 63. Is that the car that you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
We'll allow for State's Exhibits 62 and 63.
Objection.
Next, State's Exhibit number 62 through 63 will be admitted.
State's Exhibit 62, that's the back end of this Nissan Altima with that license plate KGM 1520. Is that right?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit number 63, is that the side angle of it, that same vehicle?
Yes.
And when you went up to approach the individual, let me ask you this. Do you see the individual in the courtroom here today? Do you recognize anybody in here that's the same
A
individual?
general description I would, but not, I couldn't say that the individual, I would recognize anyone that would actually be that individual.
Okay, generally, what did the individual look
The
like?
individual was a medium build African-American male.
Okay. And when you went up to speak to the individual, was he inside the car or outside the
He
car?
was inside the car.
And what did you ask him?
I asked him if I could be of assistance.
And what did he say?
And I believe he said something to the effect, "Oh, I'm here to see my father," or something like that.
Okay. He didn't need your assistance.
No.
I'll pass with this.
All right, Mr. Hayes or Mr. Warren?
Good afternoon, Mr. Plank. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good.
I have just a few questions for you.
Okay.
And I wasn't there, so whenever I ask questions, it's for information.
Sure.
I know it's been a while, but just in all honesty, you didn't remember the name of that license plate until you read about that document that Mr. Fitzwater just showed you.
That's true.
And I don't blame you, but I mean, it's not like you had an independent memory of it.
Right, right.
And the fella that you talked to out there, you gave the best description you could, but all you could say is medium build African American.
Correct,
Nothing
yes.
else stood out about it.
That was it, and dressed business casual.
Okay. You remember short sleeve, long sleeve, or?
I really don't.
Okay. That's not a gotcha question. I'm just.
No, I understand.
You pulled up there to take your mom to the doctor. This vehicle was there, and he was standing near the vehicle?
Yes, he was standing in front of it. And I mean on the walkway, not in the parking lot, but on the walkway.
Was he looking at something or just standing?
No, just kind of standing, nowhere particular to go. So just, if you would say a term would be like loitering or something,
Nowadays, it seems like if you look at someone who's been standing still for more than 10, 15 seconds, they're looking at their phone.
I don't recall looking at the phone.
Okay, so you just standing there.
Yes.
You took your mom to the doctor.
Yes.
Went to lunch, came back.
Yeah.
How much time had elapsed in that period?
2.5 hours.
So you're gone for about 2.5 hours.
Correct.
And you get back and you see the same thing.
Exact same thing, yes. Appears to be the same individual, and the car's same spot, standing there with nowhere really go, no clear direction.
Is it your belief he'd just been standing on that sidewalk for 2.5 hours?
Well, that's what I have to kind of go by. I mean, I really don't know because I wasn't there all 2.5 hours.
Okay.
But that's what did pique my suspicion.
Well, I think that would pique anybody's suspicion.
Yeah.
You've never seen that vehicle there before?
No.
Never saw it since?
No.
Never saw that individual there before?
No.
And you're there 2 or 3 times a week?
Yes.
And just, you don't know if he's been standing there for 2.5 hours or if he left and came back?
That is a true statement.
I guess if he did come back, he had the same parking spot there.
Well, yes, that much or so. I know what I saw at 10 and I get the same at 12:30.
Okay. When you went and approached him, was he polite to you?
Pardon?
When you went and approached him, was he polite to you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we just had like a couple word conversation.
But nothing about that exchange stands out other than what's going on?
No, nothing stands out.
Nothing in his hands or anything like that?
No.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Plank, for coming in. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
For the information.
Mr. Plank, when you had this information, you put it down in your phone. What did you do with that information that day or shortly thereafter?
I reported it to the office,
Okay.
to the individuals at the office, and they indicate they would supply it to the Plano police.
Okay. So it stood out enough to you to where you didn't want to just record this for your own information. This was odd enough for you to actually call the office to let them know about this individual that was acting odd to you.
Definitely, yes.
Okay. And in that area where he was at, those aren't assigned spots for the different apartments or anything like that.
Right, no,
General
they're
apartment.
first come, first served. They're open to visitors or residents.
I'll pass with this.
anything further, Mr. Payne?
Yeah, just a second.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I'm sorry.
That's fine, that's fine.
That's a better judge.
Mr. Blake, real quick, this number, just want to show you, you looked at State's Exhibit number 63, and you see that's that same small version of that.
Right.
I'll show you State's Exhibit number 315, and you're familiar with 5,000 Old Shepherd. That's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Is that right? And that morning you saw that car later on March 15th.
Correct.
I'll pass it on.
Okay, any more questions?
Nope.
No?
Okay, all right. May this,
No, ma'am.
oh, okay, thank you. May this witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Hayes, Mr. Warren, may this witness be released?
No, any objection?
Okay, all right, well, you can step down. Thank you, Mr. Clinton.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. We'll call Detective, thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you.
We'll call Detective Johnson.
Can we first that when he's coming in?
Yes. Detective Johnson, you can take this one.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. If you would, please raise your right hand for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you so solemnly swear affirm to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a seat for me.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can testify with or without your mask, whatever makes you feel comfortable, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Fitzmartin?
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
George Johnson, Johnsson.
And how are you employed?
City of Plano as a Plano police officer,
How long have you been with the City of Plano as a police officer?
a little over 22 years.
And what are your duties as a police officer with the City of Plano?
I'm a detective in our intelligence unit.
What does that mean?
In our unit, we work as far as finding and locating fugitives, obviously disseminating intelligence within our department. We're handling in prostitution cases.
And how long have you held that role?
I've been in the unit 8 years now.
Before that, were you in different roles there at the Plano Police Department?
Yes, sir. I worked as a patrol officer for 10 years and also worked as a narcotics detective for 5 years.
I'm going to direct your attention back to March of 2018. Okay, did you have an occasion at that time to do some investigation into the case of Billy Chemirmir?
Yes, sir.
As part of this intelligence group that you're in, did you get a license plate from one of the detectives in this case, Detective Tumeria?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the license plate number that you were given?
King George Mary 1520.
And when you got that information, did you start doing some research on that license plate?
Yes, sir.
What types of things do you do?
So we use various databases. Obviously, we have some paid databases called Accurate, TLO. We all have, obviously, plenty of fake social media sites, access to a lot of other departments, records, accident reports, etc.
Now these databases that you're talking about, like Accurant or TLO, do they give you an idea of where the license plate is popping around your city? Can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, sir. There's a database called Learn, and basically what it does, there's some fixed cameras actually around the Metroplex and also like on top of tow trucks. So they'll go by and actually capture license plates. If it's taken during the day, a lot of times you can actually see the entire car. At night, sometimes you'll definitely get the license plate, but they'll show an accurate date and time of when that license plate was captured. And a lot of times we'll get a lot here in that apartment complex hotels for like a tow truck driver that drives through there and captures the license plate.
So when you had the license plate of KGM 1520, were you able to develop a name associated with that license plate in registration of vehicles?
Yes, sir. I first developed a Tom Ogden, which was a registered owner of the vehicle with an address of 7220 McAllen Boulevard.
Right. And is that ONDENG for Tom?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you had an address of an individual that's associated with that car. And were you able to kind of do some comparisons with that as far as where these license plates were showing up?
Yes, sir. On Tom Ogden, he actually had 3 vehicles registered to him. A different vehicle was showing on the Learn database at his address at the 7220 McAllen Boulevard. But the license plate of this silver Nissan Altima was hitting at 4500 Pear Ridge, a residence that he did show to work at. And based on that information, I didn't believe that Tom Ogden was driving that vehicle.
And you said an address he didn't work at or live at?
Yes, sir.
That 4500 Pear Ridge is another apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Rancho Palisades apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so now that you have the fact that you have this Nissan Altima that's registered to one person but not showing up ever at that person's address, does that seem odd to you?
Yes, sir. Or consistent with what I've seen before.
Okay. And so
sometimes it's not so exact that we'll know exactly where somebody is, but a lot of times it puts us in the area.
And that just kind of helps you to kind of narrow down your search when you're looking for someone in this large of an area.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall, you said sometimes you get notified by email. Is that how you got notified this time, through email?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall approximately what time the first ping came back from Mr. Chemirmir?
The first one came in at 17:32 hours, 5:32.
So 5:32.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the area that they said he could possibly be in, was that a large or a small area?
This first one was a large area.
Okay. And where was that? I'm going to move this to March. I guess we'll put up March 20th. Sorry, Judge, we have to push.
Okay.
Here's State's Exhibit number 317, and his home is right here at 4500 Pier Ridge. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
The first ping that you got, was it kind of in that general area of the Dallas area?
Yes, sir. It was right in this area right here.
So you knew generally where he was, but not specific enough to go and say, someone go to this corner and he's right there.
Correct, sir.
Now, did you have some of your team members stationed at 4500 Pier Ridge?
Yes, sir.
And were you all in constant communication with each other, either through radio or phones or things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Did you get another ping on that phone?
Yes, sir.
And what time was that ping?
That was at 17:47 hours.
So 5:47.
Yes, sir.
And was that ping a little bit smaller in area?
It was around the same size, but it was still in the same area as the apartment.
Okay. And then as you're hearing they're reporting back to you. At some point in time, is Mr. Chemirmir placed under arrest?
Yes, sir.
The last ping that you got from that phone, or did you get a final ping from that phone?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall around what time that was?
That was at 6:02 p.m.
And is Mr. Chemirmir already in custody at that time?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Sato told me that he, about 5 minutes till 6, that they arrested him.
And that last ping, was it sitting pretty much right where Mr. Chemirmir was arrested?
A lot of times when someone is outside, not in a car, not in a building, sometimes the parameters, the radius thing will be a lot smaller. because they're getting a better signal and able to connect to the tower better. So that blast radius was really small, and it's right over the area where Chemirmir was arrested, because I talked to one of the detectives I worked with. He's like, hey, we arrested him here in the parking lot.
After that, your job is done there, right? To kind of monitor the emails coming in and to inform your partners. Where did you go after that?
After that, I went down to that address, that 4500 Pear Ridge, and just assisted with surveillance on the apartment until a search warrant was completed.
I'll pass witness.
Any questions, Mr. Hayes or Mr. Warren?
Yes, ma'am. You a detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about the pings. You said the first one was a really big radius. How big a radius?
Do you mind if I glance at my notes, sir?
Not mine at all. Not mine at all. Whatever you need to give me an accurate answer.
There we go. This is, I put a snapshot of kind of what I look at on the first one. So it's everywhere. The east edge is all the way right in the middle of Frankfurt Road, and so it's going all the way, I would say that's probably 600-700 meters down.
The radius?
Yeah, it's actually 653 meters to be exact. I'm sorry for.
The ping circle is 653 meters across?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the phone could be anywhere in that 653 meters?
Yes, sir.
And that's?
Yes and no.
That's 2,000 feet, give or take?
Yes, sir.
I mean,
Yeah,
right,
that's
it's about,
approximately, yes, sir.
about 3 feet to a meter, give or take?
Yes, sir.
32 inches, I think, I don't know, don't get me in trouble there. So we're talking about almost half a mile circle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the second ping you said was about the same size, that half a mile across?
Yeah, that one was 719 meters.
So bigger?
Yes, sir.
And then the third one, what was the radius of that?
11 meters.
Okay, so it is significantly different, that's 30 feet.
Yes, sir.
So that could actually zero it down to a parking lot, whereas there's other ones that have been anywhere in 2 or 3 blocks.
Yes and no, sir. Do you want me to explain?
Sure.
Okay. Whenever you have a ping, and I've been doing this like multiple times a week for 8 years, sometimes we'll find someone actually outside that radius, sometimes right in the middle. This is in the, on just GPS E911 pings, this is an exact science, but it puts us in the area. But whenever this one shrinks down to 11, that is very consistent of what I've seen hundreds, probably thousands of times, and when someone is, I can tell that phone is outside the building, outside the car, because of that being able to connect to, the towers a little bit better.
Okay, well, that's what I just said. The last ping was very precise. You could narrow it down to
Right.
the size of a parking
But
lot.
again, I can't say that it's definitely within this area.
I know you can't, but even if you could, that covers 40 blocks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first 2 pings are very, very non-specific.
Correct.
And of course, that was 30 minutes prior to, the first ping was 30 minutes prior to the third ping, so you don't know where that phone was in that 30 minutes.
No, sir, not exactly.
And you don't know who was with the phone, you just know at that last ping, Mr. Chemirmir had that phone in the parking lot.
No, sir.
No, sir, what?
The first part that you stated was the question would be no, sir.
Okay.
I do believe I know who it is with.
Well, you can believe all you want, but I mean, you don't know who had that phone 30 minutes prior to him being arrested. All you know is who had it when he got arrested. Right?
I believe that he had the phone, sir, and he had the phone when he was arrested.
Okay. Did you understand my question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, you don't know where the phone was an hour before, 2 hours before, or 30 minutes before, but you do know where the phone was when Mr. Chemirmir was arrested.
Sir, I can't answer that honestly the way you're asking it.
you were actually at that apartment complex that day? That 4500 Pear Ridge?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get there, you think?
It was probably an hour or two after that. I don't remember the exact time. I wasn't the first one there.
Okay. You weren't one of the people who arrested Mr. Chemirmir?
No, sir, I was not.
And you weren't there when that happened?
No, sir, I was not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Fitzmartin?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may his witness be released?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. May his witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
State, you may call your next witness.
We'll call Detective Knight.
Good afternoon.
Hello, ma'am.
All right, you raise your right hand for me,
Yes, ma'am.
please. Do you so solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
All right, you can have a seat for me. And Mr. Fitzmartin, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Bill Knight, Knight.
And how are you employed?
I'm a surveillance detective with the City of Plano Police Department.
And when you're a surveillance detective, what does that mean?
Basically, we go out and try to locate vehicles, people, suspects for other detectives within the department, other units and stuff.
And were you, I'm going to direct your attention back to March 20th of 2018. Were you asked to perform those tasks by some of the Plano detectives dealing with Billy Chemirmir?
Yes, sir.
We just heard from Detective Johnson, and he was talking about the intel side of this and doing some background on finding out who and where Mr. Chemirmir might have been. Were you given an address in the Dallas area for Mr. Chemirmir?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go?
To an apartment complex at 4500 Pear Ridge, I believe it was.
And how many other detectives are there at that location at the same time?
Well, a bunch of us went. There were some detectives already there, at least one. Just a rough estimate, probably 8 at the beginning, but I think more came after that.
All right, so you're kind of scattered throughout, trying to find any place that Mr. Chemirmir might be at this apartment complex.
Yes, sir. We had good information that there was an apartment there that he was staying at.
And when you're doing this, and you and your team, are you dressed in civilian clothes, uniforms? How are you dressed?
Yes, sir. We're just dressed in regular clothes, blue jeans, t-shirts, shirts, whatever. No uniform.
And the cars you're driving, are they marked squad cars, or are they in plain, ordinary cars?
No, sir. They're just normal pickups and SUVs, cars, covert vehicles.
Were you given an assigned spot to kind of hang out in that day?
Well, I ended up in the northeast corner of the complex.
And what is next to where you were kind of stationed?
So I backed into the last parking row in the northeast corner on that specific row of parking, and right next to me was a dumpster enclosure, a brick wall that had bushes planted around it to hide the dumpster.
Did y'all know which spot that Mr. Chemirmir's apartment is associated with as far as the parking spots are concerned?
Yes, sir. It was number 67.
And was that vacant when you all were there working on your surveillance?
Yes, sir.
So when you get to your spot, we've heard about a Nissan Altima that was being driven by Mr. Chemirmir and had gotten into a wreck. Did you know that you don't need to be looking for the Nissan Altima anymore?
That's correct, sir. We weren't sure what kind of vehicle we were looking for at that time.
And you had a description of Mr. Chemirmir and who you were looking for in that?
Yes, sir, we had a briefing sheet with a picture of Mr. Chemirmir.
Do you see Mr. Chemirmir in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and describe an article of clothing?
He's wearing a black suit top with a white and black striped tie.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant in open court.
The record was so reflect.
Commissioner approaches.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 67. Is this the a layout of the apartments there at 4500 Pear Ridge Drive?
Yes, sir.
And does it show where some of the other detectives were positioned at the time of Mr. Chemirmir's arrest?
Yes, sir.
Does it show an orientation there that north is going up in that direction?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 67.
No objection.
All right, number 67 will be admitted. Give me a copy.
Thank you, Judge. So as this is oriented here, we can see the north going in that direction, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you have a street here, Pier Ridge, and that's where the 4500 Pier Ridge comes from, is that right?
Yes, sir.
If we were to go farther over in this direction, over towards the defense counsel table over here, is that where the toll road is?
Yes, sir, to the west.
Okay. And then down here at the bottom of this, you can see that that's Frankfurt Road.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right? All right. And so you had said that you had developed a potential apartment for Mr. Chemirmir. Is that delineated here in this red X?
Actually, Detective Claggett did that footwork, but yes, sir, I think apartment 3110, I can't read the apartment numbers from here.
Okay. I don't think I can't either.
But yes, it was in that area where you have Detective Claggett's name. Somewhere in that area there.
Actually, if we keep on going down, can you see it now?
Look, he can look
You
next.
see, look to your
I
right.
guess it's a red X there.
Look to your right.
No, the other way.
The other right.
Turn
around.
I'm sorry.
Right there you go.
Sorry. Is this 3110? I do know my left and right, I'm sorry.
3110, yeah.
I apologize.
You're all right. You're all right. I didn't tell you I was going to ask you to look to your right. Don't worry about it. Okay, so let's just go through this real quick here. We've got some names here. Harris, you see that name there?
Yes, sir.
And then we've got a T. Hughes up here.
Yes, sir, Sergeant Hughes.
All right, Claggett.
Yes, sir.
Is that another one of the detectives out there?
Yes, sir, he's one of the intel detectives.
I see BK here. Who's that?
That's me, sir.
Okay. And then Garcia's down here. And who would that be?
That says Dom, but it's Sergeant Salem, Dominic Salem.
Okay. All right. And so, and then we have a dumpster written right here in this corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you had told us about you sitting up on this, kind of this area here in this dumpster in this parking spot.
Yes, sir.
And you're backed in?
Yes, sir.
And you're just doing your surveillance thing?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we see number 67 is right there. Parking spot 67.
Yes, sir.
All right. I want to, around 5:50, around that time, on March 20th, did you all start communicating about what different people were seeing in the parking lot?
Yes, sir. Actually, Sergeant Hughes broadcast over the radio that a car was entering the complex, and the driver was a possible match for Mr. Chemirmir.
And did he give you a license plate of 4B91F2?
Actually, I think I put that license plate out from the dumpster.
Okay, you got it from there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So there's a description's coming and a car description's coming, and then do you eventually see that car coming in your direction?
Yes, sir.
And is it coming from the west?
It's coming from west to east along that north drive area there.
And what happens when it gets to the dumpster?
It stops and parks.
And then what do you see happen?
The driver gets out, and again, I'm partially obstructed by the brick wall and the shrubbery, but I can see over enough to see an individual wearing a brown hat. And of course, I saw Mr. Chemirmir passed me when he drove in front of my truck.
Okay, so you were able to identify him as he's pulling in front of you to park there at that dumpster?
I didn't positively 100% identify him at that point, but it looked like a very good possible match.
An individual matching the description you were
Yes,
given,
sir.
Mr. Chemirmir. Okay. And so the individual stops, and what do they do when they get there?
So the vehicle stops in front of the dumpster. The driver gets out, and like I said, I could see the top of a brown hat. It appeared that he went to the rear driver's door, messed around there for a minute, and then he walked to the dumpster.
And then what? And then is that it, or does he do anything else?
No, sir. He walked to the dumpster. I heard some stuff banging around. Again, I couldn't see what was going on there. And then he returned to the car. And when he returned, he walked around the rear, and I could see the trunk. And as a matter of fact, right before this, I put the license plate number out and the state. It's a Tennessee tag. And then he went to the passenger rear door.
And what happens when he gets to the passenger rear door?
He spent some time over there, ducked down, and as he was going around, and when he opened the door, I guess he noticed that I was sitting in my truck, and then I was looking at him, and I knew it was the person we were looking for, Mr. Chemirmir, at that point.
Okay. And he goes back to his truck, and
He goes back to the car. Yes, sir. Goes back to the car, gets in the rear passenger seat. I can't see what he's doing. I hear some banging, some noise, and then he gets out of the back seat. He was pretty deep in there, it seemed like, and walks back to the dumpster. I hear something large being thrown in there, or another loud noise. Sounded like something large, and returns to his car, and then proceeds to turn around, move the car, and faces it west and starts driving west.
Eventually, do you hear anything more over the radio about this car?
Yes, at that point, I communicated that he was turning around and driving back towards Detective Claggett, and then Detective Claggett had primary radio communication at that time because the car was traveling towards him, and Detective Claggett told all of us that the vehicle and Mr. Chemirmir were pulling into parking space number 67.
What did you do at that time?
Well, we started converging on that location and initiated an arrest.
And where did you go specifically on that arrest?
I went to the Sergeant Hughes and Detective Claggett were on the driver's side of the vehicle, so I went to the passenger side and I opened the front passenger door.
And was Mr. Chemirmir cooperative?
No, sir. Detective Claggett was ordering him out, and he wouldn't get out. Detective Claggett ended up grabbing and started pulling him, and I actually climbed in the front seat and started pushing him out from the passenger side.
And eventually, were you able to get control of him and put him under arrest?
Yes, sir.
Once he is secured, was there other property and things of that nature there?
When I opened the door and entered the passenger compartment of the vehicle, I noticed that in his left hand he had some jewelry and a pretty significant stack of currency, American money.
Okay. So at this point in time, is everybody kind of converging on this one spot that's out there?
Yes, sir.
Once he's contained, and that scene is kept in order, did you and Detective Garcia and Detective Harwell go back to the dumpster?
Yes, sir, we did.
And we haven't mentioned Detective Harwell's name, but he was another individual that's out there.
Yes, sir. He's actually one of the members of my unit, the surveillance unit.
Same thing with Detective Garcia?
Detective Garcia is more attached to intel, but we all work together. When one unit needs more manpower, we're all converged.
I don't know what this thing's doing over here. It's pretty ghost working. But okay, and so you go back to the dumpster, and did you all find some items inside that dumpster that were being able to identify that identify a victim in the Dallas area.
Yes, sir. We returned to the dumpster, and sitting on top of some of the trash was a very large red jewelry box that had really ornate Asian decorations on it. Little, what you would call them, little Asian characters on the box, and it also had some type of copper or copper-colored metal on the box.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 122. Is that what you're talking about inside that dumpster?
That's exactly what I'm talking about, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 122.
State's Exhibit number 122 will be admitted.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 22, this is inside the dumpster.
Yes, sir.
All right, did you take that picture?
Yes, sir.
All right. Detective Harwell and Detective Garcia, were they the individuals that actually collected this out of the dumpster?
Yes, sir. They had rubber gloves on, so they took care of that, and I just photographed it.
When you were done with this location here, were you part of the team of Plano police officers and detectives that went to 6609 Warm Breeze?
Yes, sir.
That address was developed sometime that day?
That address was developed from information that we found inside that red jewelry box.
When you got to that, did you try to make contact with the owner of 6609 Warm Breeze?
Not initially, because Sergeant Hughes and Detective Grant met with the Dallas Police Department. They were informing them of what we were doing, why we were there, and we just stood by at that time for further instruction, really.
Yeah, so that's not your jurisdiction at that point in time. That's now the city of Dallas' jurisdiction.
Right.
But was there, before the Dallas Police Department had to make a forced entry in there, was there any, did it look like there had been any kind of forced entry into that?
No, everything appeared secured and in order like it should be at a house.
At some point in time, in the arrest of Mr. Chemirmir, were there some keys found in the car of Mr. Chemirmir?
Yes, sir. There was a keychain and one of the cup holders in the front passenger compartment between where the driver sits and where the passenger sits.
At some point in time, do you ask for those keys to be brought to the law?
Yes, sir. After communicating with one of the Dallas detectives, I contacted or spoke to Detective Garcia, who retrieved the keys and delivered them to Warm Breeze.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Hayes and Mr. Moore?
Detective Knapp, I got a few questions.
Yes, sir.
I say that a lot, sometimes it turns into more than a few, but I'll try to keep it brief.
Quite all right.
What time, do you remember, in approximate, I know that you may not have the exact time, approximately what time do you believe Mr. Chemirmir pulled into that complex parking lot that day?
It was about 17:50 hours or 5:50 p.m.
And I think you said you saw him pull in, but I guess you didn't see what he was getting out of the car. Did the dumpster block your view?
No, sir. The dumpster enclosure, apartment complexes build structures around the dumpsters so it's not such an eyesore, I guess. So, and then sometimes they plant vegetation, shrubbery around them. So that's what I had blocking my view.
Okay.
Or total view.
Certainly, we appreciate that if we live at those places, but it makes it difficult. You couldn't see what he was putting in the dumpster, I guess.
No, I could not.
How were you able to see him walking back and forth to the dumpster?
I could see the top of his head over the wall when he was on the driver's side of the vehicle, but when he passed around to the passenger side of the vehicle, I could see the trunk clearly. I gave the license plate out over the radio and stuff. I could see the rear of the car. I just couldn't see the driver's side and the front area.
Okay. And he went back to the dumpster, I think you said 2 or 3 times?
At least twice.
Maybe 3 times or just twice?
It could have been 3, but I know for sure twice.
And you never saw him put anything in there when you heard noise?
I heard a lot of noise.
Okay. And you were wearing what that day? You said blue jeans and?
I don't know specifically, civilian clothes, but even though we wear plain clothes or civilian clothes, we do have plate carriers on, magazine pouches, it says police. I have a cloth badge, Velcro on that, so people actually know that we're the police when we go in to arrest them, so there's no question.
Because if not, somebody would get freaked out if they had a handful of jewelry and money and a bunch of plainclothes people started walking up towards them.
Imagine if you didn't have any police markings, people would get pretty concerned, and maybe concerned anyway.
And if a bunch of people in blue jeans and shirts started walking up on your car and you didn't notice they were police, you might not just climb out right away.
Well, we don't expect everyone to read the plate carrier. We shout very loudly that we're the police, and we give instructions from there to put your hands up or do whatever we want them to do before we arrest them, so that they know and there's no confusion.
Okay, but no marked cars, no sirens, no lights, none of that?
Not, our covert vehicles do have lights and sirens, but I don't recall if we had any sirens on, and I don't know if anyone turned their lights on.
How many people approached the vehicle, you think, where Mr. Chemirmir was in?
Well, initially 3 started to use Detective Claggett and I, but everyone converged on it, so it didn't take long we're all close to that apartment unit, because that's where we were expecting Mr. Chemirmir to return to, so it didn't take long, and I don't know how many detectives ended up there.
I mean, 6, 20?
I don't know. Not 20. But
Okay. Somewhere between 6 and 20?
well, it's less than 20. I don't know.
And they all converged on Mr. Chemirmir. Everybody's wearing plain clothes. Everybody just had a vest on the plate carrier.
Right. And we did have one marked unit there, actually, and that's who we ended up transporting him.
Okay, but they got there later.
At some point.
Not until he was already subdued and on the ground.
Well, we got him up, but yes, he was already handcuffed by the time, I think. I'm pretty sure by the time the marked unit pulled around.
Did any of you guys have body cameras on that?
I did not, and I don't even think we were issued cameras at that point yet, because patrol was issued cameras, and it took a while for all of us detectives to have them. We all have them now, but I don't think any of us had them then. I don't think they were issued to us at that point.
Okay, so the answer is no.
Well, I don't know about everyone, but I did not have one.
Okay. Let me ask you one more thing. You've mentioned that a couple of detectives, Harwell and Garcia, they collected evidence and they put on gloves.
They had gloves on, yes, sir.
What's the purpose of that?
To not contaminate any evidence that we're photographing, collecting, etc.
You agree it's pretty important not to contaminate any of the evidence?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, y'all are taught that at school to use certain procedures where you take care of evidence that's collected. You never know what's important and what's not when you're...
That's true, yes.
When you first get involved in a crime scene.
True.
Or what you suspect to be a crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Anything further, Mr. Kumar?
Real quick, Judge. So the clothes and the insignia, I mean, when you're sitting there surveillance, you don't have your police garb on, right?
Yes, sir. A lot of times and we'll cover up with a towel or another T-shirt or something. But
when you're approaching someone to do an arrest, is it pretty plain to see the police and your badges and all?
It's very, very plain to see, and we're yelling very loudly, identifying ourselves, because we don't want someone to think that it's just a bunch of people going to rob them or something. So clearly we want them to know that we're the police and what our intentions are.
And your guns are drawn?
Yes, sir.
It is a felony takedown, very intense situation to try to make sure that everybody is safe, you and the subject you're trying to arrest.
Yes, sir.
The banging that you heard back in his car, I mean, it's loud. Were your windows down or up?
Windows were up. Windows were up.
So there was significant noise coming from the back seat of his car.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass with this.
Okay.
I am curious. I thought you said the banging was coming from the dumpster.
Both. I heard a noise when he was at the car on the passenger side in the back seat, and I heard a lot of noise at the dumpster.
What noise did you hear from the car?
Just banging, just noise, something being hit. I couldn't see what he was doing, so I had no idea what the noise was from.
How far away was the vehicle from you?
10 or 15 yards max, probably.
So 45 feet away?
Or less, somewhere within there.
And you heard some weird banging coming from the car?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
If you please raise your right hand for me. Do you so solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat. And if you feel more comfortable testifying with your mask, you may, or you can take it off. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Fitzmartin.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective. Can you please state your name, spell your last name?
My name is Joe Claggett. My last name is spelled Claggett.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed as a detective with the Plano Police Department.
And are you part of the same unit as Detective Johnson and Detective Knight, working out in surveillance and intelligence?
Correct. I'm with the intelligence unit.
And did you have an occasion to work the arrest of Billy Chemirmir on March 20th of 2018?
Yes, sir, I did.
You see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you point him, describe an article, Polly?
Wearing a black and white striped tie and a clear face mask.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant of the court.
The record will so reflect.
Now, Detective Claggett, we've already talked to Detective Knight, and he kind of gave us the overview of what you all were doing that day, and we indicated that your name's on there, Claggett, sitting at, I don't know if that's number 61 or 62, somewhere around there. It's just down from spot 67, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, and that spot 67 was the spot that you were interested in?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know that that spot was associated with Mr. Chemirmir's apartment?
Yes, that's what the leasing staff had told me that morning.
And you had found that out. Did y'all think he was at a different apartment that morning, maybe?
Initially, yes. So initially thought he was in apartment 531. I then contacted the office, and they provided information leading me to believe that he was in apartment 3110.
And then 3110 has an assigned spot of 67.
Yes, sir.
And it was vacant at the time?
Yes, sir.
So you're sitting at your spot, and did you hear radio traffic about a car approaching that matches a description?
Yes, Sergeant Hughes informed he saw a vehicle, which can't see his location here, but he's more top left. There it is. From his location, he advised he saw a vehicle, a gray Hyundai, that contained somebody that was possibly Mr. Chemirmir.
And did you keep an eye out for that same car then coming your direction?
I did.
And did you spot that car?
It drove directly in front of me from west to east.
And then did it park initially in 67?
No, it bypassed 67 and continued east.
And then you hand that off to Detective Knight because he's down there. Were you aware of Detective Knight? Was he reporting back what he was observing down there at that end? And at some point in time, does that car come back to spot 67?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and at that point in time, you all think you have a good ID on Mr. Chemirmir?
Yes, sir.
So what do you do at that time?
At that point, I go ahead and give the signal to go arrest him. I exit my vehicle, and I go on foot with other detectives pulling up in their vehicles, and I approached the open driver's side door and observed that it was Mr. Chemirmir.
And how are you, I know that on your surveillance, you'd be in civilian type clothes.
Yes, sir.
When you're approaching, do you have insignia though that you're with the police?
I have a vest with a large patch that says police clearly across my chest.
And is your gun drawn?
Yes.
And are you loudly informing everybody of who you are?
I informed him that I was the police and told him he was under arrest and told him to get out of the vehicle.
Did he get out of the vehicle?
Not initially, no.
So what did you have to do there?
After telling him multiple times, I then just grabbed him and extracted him from the vehicle.
Did he have anything in his hands?
In his left hand, he had a clear bag with what appeared to be some jewelry, and then an envelope that was open, and it was full of a large amount of currency.
Okay. And so that's in his hand. His other hand, where's his other hand?
I can't, it was up around the steering wheel, I can't really remember that. I was focusing on the stuff that I saw as
Eventually, do you get him out and put him down on the ground?
Yes, sir.
And then, permission to approach.
Okay.
Show you state's exhibit number 68 and 69. Is that how much, or do you recognize that?
Yes, that was Mr. Chemirmir, that's what he was wearing when we effected the arrest.
State's exhibit numbers 70, is that the car?
That is the vehicle, yes, sir.
And then 70, there's some items on the trunk of the car. Is 71, is that a close-up of the items that were?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Law for states exhibits 68, 69, 70, and 71.
Okay.
State's exhibit 68 or 71 will be admitted.
No problem. Thank you. State's exhibit number 68. Is that how Mr. Chemirmir appeared on that day?
Yes, sir.
69, is that just another view of him from the side?
Yes, sir.
Looking back. State's exhibit number 70. Is this the vehicle that you saw pass by you the first time?
Yes, sir.
And then Detective Knight, did he call out that Tennessee license plate to you?
Yes, I believe it was Detective Knight that did that.
And then is that in that spot 67 that we're talking about?
That's parked in, appears to be 67.
And then you, and that's where you took him out of that vehicle?
From the driver's side door, yes, sir.
And there's two cars on either side. Were those cars there as well at that point in time, or is this later? They were there.
Yes, they were there.
State's exhibit number 71. You said there was items in Mr. Chemirmir's hands. Are these items, some of the items that were in his hands at the time that he was being pulled out of that car?
Yes, the jewelry, the bag, clear bag with jewelry, and then it was a white envelope with a lot of cash in it.
Okay. And then looks like this might be, there's a phone there, and then maybe all on inside a hat.
Yes, sir. I believe he was wearing a hat when I contacted him. It probably came off upon extracting him from the vehicle.
Okay, very good. I'll pass witness.
Okay?
Detective Claggett, did y'all come from the front of the car or the back of the car?
Back of the car.
Back of the car?
The back of it.
Was the door open when y'all
The
started?
driver's side door was open, yes.
But obviously, it looks like there was about maybe 2.5 feet between the two cars. I can put that.
That would be it.
Right here? Maybe 3 feet?
Roughly.
Okay, so I mean, there weren't very many people up there, right?
On that side, no, it was just myself and Sergeant Hughes.
And this side, it looks like somebody parked really close to the line there, so that might have been, what, 12 inches?
I don't know if it'd be that small.
18 inches?
Possible.
Okay, so there weren't very many people up here either, right?
Detective Knight.
Okay, well, I believe somebody was over there, but there was a guy here, and how many people over here?
2.
And you know the way a car is designed, you look forward, right? So whenever people approach from behind in plain clothes and started yelling, it might startle most anybody.
Sure. Yes, I agree.
And the only time someone would have a view of people coming up behind them if he actually physically poked his head out the door and looked.
When I approached it, I first spoke to him when I was standing in his doorway.
Okay. Did you just show up, or did you like let him know you were coming up there?
Oh, I stand there, I said, police, and I surprised him.
Okay.
I definitely scared.
So he opens the door, and all of a sudden there's somebody standing there in plain clothes, yelling at him to get out of the car.
Well, but clearly marked up in the police markings, yes.
Okay, I believe you. I'm not saying he didn't have it on, but I mean, you're 2 feet from him. I mean, it's a little overwhelming if something like that was to happen.
Okay.
You agree?
You can make sure. Yeah.
And you told him to get out of the car several times, but what was it? How many seconds elapsed from the time you announced yourself to the time he was on the ground?
5 or 6 minutes?
Seconds?
Possibly.
Okay, I mean, it all happens pretty fast.
Yes.
But he didn't try to shut the door on you or
No, sir.
anything like that. He would just start. Right?
Yes, sir.
When you got him out of the car and yell at you or call you names or try to kick you or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. So he was pretty compliant once he figured out what was going on.
Once we got out of the car, yes.
What was that lottery ticket? Was that in his hand as well, or do you know?
I don't recall.
Did you see what I was talking about in that picture?
I'll put it back up there. It's the exhibit. I think that's the 71.
I don't recall seeing that initially when I first contacted him.
Okay. You see it now?
I do see, if that's what you're talking about, right there with the upside down 20 on it.
I mean, that looks like a lottery ticket to me. What do you think?
Okay. I don't know. I don't buy lottery tickets.
I don't either, because I never went. But I mean, I've seen it before, right? You don't know where it came from or how that got in that property or in that house?
I don't look at what I'm saying is, I didn't do the complete search, once I extracted him from the vehicle, got him on the ground, got him in cuffs. So I don't think I took all those items off.
Okay, fair enough. That answers that. Thank you so much. No further questions, John.
Any further questions?
No.
Okay, may this witness be released?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
All right, you may step down and you're released. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I want to take a quick break. It looks like we've been going for about an hour and a half, and as I told y'all earlier, I want us to go a little late today, so that, you know, we can make sure and finish in this time period that we told y'all we were with you. So it is now 5:34, 5:35. If you will come back to the jury room, I'll give you about this time, let's just take a 10-minute stretch break, just to kind of stretch your legs. If you come back by 5:45, I'm so sorry. If you come back by 5:45, we'll get started when y'all ready.
All right.
done for today. Mr. Fitzmartin, will you call your next witness?
This judge will call Detective Garcia.
Will you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes,
All right, you may have a seat. You may proceed, Mr. Fitzmartin.
Thank you, Judge. Will you please state your name, spell your last name?
Yes, sir, it's Fred Garcia, last name Garcia.
And how are you employed?
Currently, I am assigned as a technical officer assigned to the Technical Services Unit of the Plano Police Department.
Okay, and what is that? What do you do as that?
I'm basically a tech boy.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention back to March 20th of 2018. Were you working as a detective for the Plano Police Department at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you have an occasion to participate in the arrest of Billy Chemirmir?
I did, yes, sir.
And we've heard from Detective Johnson, we've heard from Detective Knight, we've heard from Detective Claggett. You're part of that whole team that worked on securing him that day.
Yes, sir, I was.
We heard that some of these other detectives got him out of the car. Did you show up to that spot 67 at the arrest of Mr. Chemirmir?
Yes, sir, shortly after he was detained.
And did you notice that there was items out there, well, before that day, earlier that day, did you have an occasion to look into the Nissan Altima?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you do in regards to Nissan Altima?
I was asked by Detective Johnson, I believe, to run down to the impound lot here in Dallas to take a look at this vehicle because it was a vehicle of interest that we suspected Mr. Chemirmir had been driving.
And was that the 2008 Nissan Altima?
Yes, sir.
We've already seen some pictures of that. Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 72. Is that how that car looked to you that day when you went down to look at it?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 72.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 72, isn't it?
So there was some significant damage to that Nissan Altima.
Yes, sir.
And did you then have an occasion to go and help with the surveillance at Pear Ridge?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you do something with a video camera?
Yes, sir. I deployed a covert camera near his breezeway so that we could see the comings and goings from that apartment that we were particularly looking for.
And did you ever notice anything on that camera of interest to us here today?
No, sir. Nothing of interest.
So you hear about the arrest of Mr. Chemirmir, and you go to that location, and are there items loose in that area that needed to be kind of contained?
Yes, sir, there were.
So here on State's Exhibit number 70, we can see on the trunk of that Sonata that there's items loose there. State's Exhibit number 71 is kind of a close-up of some of those items.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What did you and the other detectives there, what did y'all do with those items?
Put those items into a plastic bag, a Walmart bag, kind of held them so that they would all be secured together. Immediately after doing that, I went and helped search the dumpster where Detective Knight had heard some banging and what have you before the arrest itself.
And did you find other items of interest at the dumpster?
Yes, we did.
And did you collect up all of those items so that you could give them over to other detectives later on in the day?
Yes, sir, I did.
Commissioner approach.
You may.
I first want to deal with the items that were there on Mr. Chemirmir's person before we get to the dumpster. Okay? I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 73. through 130. You take a look at those photos. I think you've seen them before. But you just established those are all items taken from Mr. Chemirmir. You may not have 122 up there. That's already in evidence. Okay. Are these all pictures from the arrest and the items that were found out there at that time?
Yes, sir, they are.
We'll offer State's Exhibits 73 through 130, 122 already being evidence.
Just help me take Detective Garcia without this.
You may.
Detective Garcia, in these photos that Mr. Fitzmartin provided to you, did you, especially regarding the jewelry, did you actually collect and view this jewelry that was collected out there at the scene on that day?
I helped collect it, and I did view it before putting it into the bag, yes, sir.
Okay, so you do recognize it from that day?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, that's all, no objection.
All right, so State's Exhibits 73 through 130 will be admitted, and Exhibit 122, which is the red box with dumpster, has already been admitted.
I'll also show you, this was 326 through 332. Have you looked at these already?
Yes, sir, I have.
And are these also photographs of that red jewelry box that you retrieved out there that day?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibits. We'll offer State's Exhibits 326 through 332.
No objection, John.
326 through what?
332.
332. Okay. 326, 332. All right. State's Exhibits 326 through 332 will be in.
All right, first of all, that's a picture, State's number 69 has already been in evidence. That's Mr. Chemirmir from that day.
Yes, sir.
You see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
You need, point him to describe an article of clothing.
Gentleman very near the table with a black suit, black and white tie.
Let the record reflect the witness and identify the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Okay, and so we've established there's items on him and items that were on his person or in his hand when he was arrested. Is that right? State's number 73. Is this a photo of a Kenyan passport?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Did y'all learn that Mr. Chemirmir was from Kenya?
Yes.
State's number 74. The visa, part of that passport.
That's correct.
State's number 75. Another piece of identification of Mr. Chemirmir.
Yes, sir.
State's number 76. Is this insurance for this that was found inside of this car with Tom Unding's name on it?
That's correct.
Anthony Unding.
Yes, sir.
And Tom Unding. State's exhibit number 77. Y'all find some keys inside?
Yes, sir, I do.
State's exhibit number 78. Is this the back seat of that Sonata?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And you see a hammer in the back seat there?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 79. Is that same hammer close up?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 80. Is that the cup holder with those keys?
That's correct.
81 is at the back seat.
It's a plastic bag with just some bottles of wine in it, and I believe the brown one had some food in it.
Like some takeout food?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 82. You said that the items that were in the back of the Sonata you put inside a Walmart bag?
Yes, sir.
And is this a picture of that Walmart bag?
Yes, sir.
And then State's exhibit number 83. Is this open the Walmart bag and now you can look inside the items?
Yes.
84.
Just another picture of items contained.
From the Walmart bag now spread out.
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 85. Did y'all find a phone out there?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 86. Looks like there's a message from a Margaret on that phone.
Yes, sir.
87 is at the back side of that phone.
Correct.
We saw a hat in that picture. Station number 88, is that hat that was on Mr. Chemirmir or associated with Mr. Chemirmir?
Absolutely, yes.
89,
It's a money envelope with some notes on it.
okay. The other side of that same envelope, 690.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 91, the inside of that with a bunch of money inside, is that
Yes,
right? That envelope? State's number 92, like they've taken the money out and spread it out.
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of tens, 20s, a couple of hundreds, and some ones. Is
That's
that right?
correct. Yes, sir.
State's number 93, what are we looking at here?
A lot of $2 bills.
A lot of $2 bills. Did he have these $2 bills on him at the time?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so if we go through a series of photos here, that's them all laid out. If we go through, I'm just going to show you. So this is number 94. These are all different rows of of those ones. 94,
Yes, sir.
95,
Yes, sir.
96,
Yes, sir.
97,
Yes, sir.
98,
Yes, sir.
99,
Yes, sir.
100,
Yes, sir.
101,
Yes, sir.
102,
Yes, sir.
3,
Yes, sir.
4,
Yes, sir.
5,
Yes, sir.
and 106.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the individualized items that were in there, State's Exhibit number 107, does it look like some sort of a peacock design jewelry?
Yes, sir, it does.
108, other items that were in his hand?
Correct, yes, sir.
109, a ring with a, looks like a diamond maybe on it.
Mhm. Yes, sir.
110, that same ring with the
Yes.
stone. 111, one of the bracelets, like maybe a, I don't know if that's a fox or lizard or some sort of design maybe.
Yes, sir.
112,
A jade looking necklace.
this, what is this?
It's just a small velvet black bag that contained a lot of jewelry found on him.
When you pour that out, is this what we see that was inside that?
Yes, sir.
Some of those individual items, those are 115, kind of a snowflake looking ring.
Yes, sir.
116,
Yes, sir. More of the same.
and 117 is at a close up, kind of an emerald looking ring.
Yes, sir.
118, some other rings and necklaces, things like that.
Yes, sir.
119,
Another chain, bracelet type.
bracelet. 120,
A matching necklace, I believe.
121.
It's a gold chain with the letters KIM on it.
So KIM as in Kim, the name Kim.
Yes, sir.
All right, then we move over into the dumpster area. Show you what's from March 6th, 122. Is that dumpster that Detective Knight had testified about in the red box that's in there?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And who took that red box out of the dumpster?
Detective Carlos Harwell and myself.
They also find some drawers to that box inside the dumpster.
Yes, sir.
And is that we see in State Exhibit 123. Taking the box out, State Exhibit 124, this is just on the grassy area there by the dumpster.
Yes, sir.
Some of the items that were inside the box.
That is correct.
State Exhibit 125, is that a close-up
Yes, sir.
of the box? Was there some damage to that box?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Are we looking at some of the damage to that box with the clasping agent?
That's correct. It appeared to have been forced open.
And the right-hand door seems to be barely hanging on.
It's hanging on for dear life, yes, sir.
State Exhibit 127. Is that you holding that box?
Yes, sir, it is.
And Detective Knight taking the picture?
Yes, sir.
And there again, we see the damage to that door, but we see the contents of at least one of the drawers was inside that.
That's correct.
And those appear to be jewelry boxes to you?
Yes, sir.
And are they empty?
Absolutely.
State Exhibit 128. What are we looking at here?
So that's the same jewelry box, but that's the compartment with the flip up top, the very top of the box that would just flip up, and then you have a little storage compartment.
And some of the items contained inside that jewelry box?
Yes, sir.
you see there's a piece of paper here and then a pink card down below.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 129. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
You see that appears to be an affidavit of a William Richard Harris talking about his wife.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, from the wife of William Richard Harris. And with the name Lou T. Bank.
Yes, sir.
And then another card, State's Exhibit number 130, a photo of another card in there with the name Lou T. Bank.
That is correct.
Some other photos of that box, State's Exhibit number 326. There again showing is that some of the other items that were in behind the drawers?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Now, what did you do with that box when you collected it?
After going through it and showing Detective Hart some of the paperwork that we found in there, I thought it best to put it inside another container to be able to keep it all together and not just, able to kind of get loose inside of my vehicle as I was storing it there. So the Detective Mary Jones showed up later.
So did you put it into did you find a box somewhere there on site, somewhere in the dumpster or somewhere in
Yes, sir. Took a big cardboard box out of the dumpster since I didn't have anything big enough to put the box into. And that's where I placed the jewelry box and all its contents into.
And State's Exhibit number 327, is this that cardboard box and the red box that was put inside?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Along with the other Walmart bag and the passport.
That is correct.
This is a close-up of that State's Exhibit number 328, that same red box inside the cardboard box.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Now, if we look closely here, you can tell that left-hand door that was barely hanging on is now off.
That is correct.
How did that come off?
We were handling the box, trying to figure out opening the drawers, opening all the different compartments, reading whatever paperwork we could find in it. And just by going through the box, just handling it, the door just fell off.
And that's something that was in your care, custody, and control. The box was at the time that the door came off.
Absolutely, yes.
State's Exhibit number 329. Is that the top part of that that clasping agent on the top of the box, showing the damage there?
That is correct.
If you see that there, looks like it has this little peg thing kind of sticking out here. Is this the station number 332, the one that should be on the other side that's missing?
That does appear to be so, yes, sir.
331, showing that damage again, showing that the door is now off and on its own.
That is.
And then 330, does this show the damage to that right-hand door and the way the closing mechanism was bent back?
Yes, sir.
So all of these items that there's pictures of there, may I approach, Judge? You collected all those items?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 131. This is that passport.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Who offers State's Exhibit number 131?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 131 will be admitted.
Wish to publish?
You may.
We have the passport. And then inside, the identifiers of Billy Chemirmir. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
State's exhibit numbers. 136 is that phone?
Yes, sir, yes.
Station number 133 and 134 are the keys that were found in the car.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
We'll offer State's exhibit 133, 134, 136.
No objection, John.
All right, so this exhibits 133, 134, and 136 will be admitted.
State's exhibit number 133, they have the icon tag on them.
That's correct, yes, sir.
134. So maybe a car fob.
Right, key fob, red key.
With Rancho Palisades on it.
Yes, sir.
And then 136, that's Mr. Chemirmir's phone.
That's correct.
$135, you found a hammer.
Yes, sir.
137, a hat.
That's correct.
We'll offer 135, 137.
No objection, John.
All right, 135, 137 will be admitted.
Is that a BMW logo on the top?
That is.
Is this a Walmart hammer?
Yes, sir, it is.
Exhibit number 138. Is that the envelope that the money was placed into?
Yes, sir.
139. Is that all that money?
Sure does appear to be. Yes, sir.
140, there was some change also found. They boxed it up separately at 140.
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's exhibits 138, 139, 140.
No objection, John.
All right, so state's exhibits 138, 139, and 140 will be admitted.
Judge. State's exhibit 138. This is the one side of the envelope, and that's the other side of the writing on it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
139 and 140 are the $2 bills, and then the other type of currency as well. We saw in those pictures.
That is correct.
And then there's some change as well. I'm going to show you states. It was 141 through 152. This is all the jewelry found out there that we just seen the pictures of. And the black bag.
Yes, sir.
Yes. We'll offer states exhibits 141 to 152 for all purposes.
Does Matt take the second, or see him, where they are again?
You may.
Detective Garcia, regarding states 141 to 152, is this the jewelry that was collected from inside the dumpster or inside the jewelry box? Where do you know exactly where
That's
this
for
is?
this person, sir.
Okay, when you say this person, and you're speaking, I'm assuming of Mr. Chemirmir, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where on this person?
I did not take it off of him personally, sir, so it was evidence that was on his person at the time he was apprehended. So I don't know where he was carrying it. I just know that I helped recover it after the fact.
So someone else at the scene provided it to you for you to log in and to take its evidence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if any of states exhibits 141 and 152 were owned or related to Ms. Harris?
That I do not know, sir.
Judge, I'm going to object to 141 to 152 for relevance as well as 403, Judge.
May I ask a question, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, Detective, we've talked about the items that were on the back of the Sonata.
Yes, sir.
Did you take all those items and put them, you and another detective put them in a plastic bag in that Walmart bag?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Are these the items that were on the back of the Sonata that you put inside that bag?
That is correct, yes,
And then what did you do with them once you put them in there? Who'd you give them to?
I put them in the back of my vehicle along with the jewelry box and other items that we recovered, held them there until Detective Mary Joan came by at a later point and took possession of all the evidence that was collected.
And these are those items that were on the back of that Sonata?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Judge, we offer again.
I'll just read my same objection, Judge.
All right, well, that objection will be overruled. Those items will be admitted that have been seen in previous photos.
State's exhibit is number 141. Is this the peacock jewelry?
Yes, sir, it is.
State's exhibit number 142, a diamond ring.
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 143. It's that, I think I called it a fox or a lizard or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bracelet. State's exhibit number 144. The jade.
Yes, sir.
145. That pouch.
Yes, sir. Like little black velvet type bag, yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 146. That snowflake looking ring.
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 147. Is that emerald looking ring?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's exhibit number 152. The ring that's missing, the diamond.
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 148. Is this that bracelet?
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 149. Got the chain,
Yes, sir.
the necklace. State's exhibit number 150. Is this the necklace that has that Kim on it?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You can see it there now.
Yes, sir.
And then states 151. Is that another ring?
That is correct.
State's exhibit number 156. Is that the jewelry box from the dumpster?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
We'll offer state's exhibit number 156.
We'll just renew our previous objections to stage 153.
So Stacy's number 156 is that same jewelry box from the dumpster.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And we can see the damage that's done to it. Not only is the door off, but the hinges or the clasping agent is all bent up.
That is correct.
There was items found inside that. Section number 155, I'm sorry, 153, 154, 155, those are those documents we talked about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And then what looks like a bank book from Bank of East Asia.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Section number 258, other odd items, and then what looks like a lottery ticket packaged up.
Yes, sir.
Section number 266, is that a name tag from inside the box?
Yes, sir.
And then 267, all those boxes and things that were inside the jewelry box.
Yes, sir.
I will offer stations number 267, 266, 155, 154, 153, and 258.
And Judge, I'm sorry, can I take Detective Garcia on board once again? Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Garcia, in states 258, what the lottery ticket is, it looks like some miscellaneous jewelry, is that correct? Can you hold that for me? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So does that differentiate between the other items that were just offered and admitted over objection, states 141 to 152? Are you saying all these items were in Mr. Chemirmir's hand?
No, sir. The items in the bag, the things you're looking at now, those came from the jewelry box.
So 258, all these items in 258 were found in the jewelry box?
Costume jewelry? Look like costume jewelry? Yes, sir. I don't believe the lottery card was in the jewelry box, but the costume jewelry, that was.
So what's contained in 258 besides the lottery ticket is what was found inside of the jewelry box? Is it what's found inside of the white boxes in states 267?
Yes.
Okay, so it was taken out of that and just placed in this?
Correct.
Okay. And then the lottery ticket was found in his hand or in his,
Yes, sir.
actually on his person when arrested?
Yes, sir.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so states exhibits 153, 154, 155, 258, 266, and 267 will be.
So 153, that's that pink card we saw the photo of.
Yes, sir.
Some other writings on the back.
That's correct, yes, sir.
154 is the actual document that we saw the picture of, the affidavit.
That's correct, yes, sir.
$155, Bank of East Asia.
Yes, sir.
Another writing on the inside.
Yes, sir.
Name tag for Bill W.R. Harris,
Yes, sir.
266.
Yes, sir.
State's exhibit number 267, that's all the, and then just the odd jewelry boxes, the empty individualized jewelry boxes. In there.
That is correct, yes, sir.
And then these are the costume jewelry in the line, which is State's exhibit 258. That Sonata, did you follow that Sonata to the impound to the impound lot and actually impound that car?
Yes, sir, I did.
Later, were you contacted about those keys?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you asked to do about those keys?
I was asked to retrieve the keys and bring them to Detective Park at the address in Dallas that they were led to.
We're talking about State's exhibit number 133 and 134. These keys that were in that Sonata, you took them back down. You took them to the Warm Breeze address.
Yes, sir, I did.
Then after they were at the Warm Breeze address, did you bring them back to Detective Tumeria?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Who's one of the other detectives in the Plano Police Department?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you later learn that that 6609 Warm Breeze was the address for Miss Lou T. Harris?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Warren? Thank you, Adam. Detective Garcia, so back on March of 2018, I guess, were you actually a part of the intelligence unit or were you part of crime scene or what, where
I was part of the intelligence unit at the time, yes, sir.
Okay. And so how did it come to be that you were, that you collected all this evidence? Like, how did that work out?
I don't really know, to be honest. It's just something that I've been doing for many, many years. I've been involved in many arrest operations. I've been involved. One of my primary duties prior to that was assisting the narcotics unit as an extra detective. And in one of my many duties with them was to help collect and document evidence as we were doing search warrants and what have you. So I think just historically, I just kind of showed a little bit of an inclination, maybe low man on totem pole. I don't know, but it's just something I ended up doing for a very long time.
Okay. And so it's kind of through your training experience as an officer, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ever go to any kind of schooling or get any kind of training specifically for
Yes.
evidence collection?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of training was that?
Just evidence collection. It's been many a year, intermediate level evidence collection. I've done some forensic evidence collection when it comes to digital cellphones, vehicle information systems, what have you.
And at those, did you receive any kind of certification or anything? Or like how did those trainings work?
I believe I received some sort of certificate on most of those trainings. Yes, sir.
Now, what was the most important thing that you learned that was during that training regarding the collection and preservation of evidence?
I think that's pretty much it. That kind of hit it on the nail on the head there. Just collecting it, being able to preserve it as best possible, not contaminate it, and document where, how, when, and properly, or use proper paperwork is submitted for evidentiary purpose later.
And have you ever heard the term the integrity of the evidence?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what that term means.
Well, integrity meaning that don't contaminate the evidence in such a way that it could taint the evidence later on down the road. So we try to keep it in its truest form possible.
And when you say contaminate, like What does that mean to you, based on your?
Not wearing protective gloves while handling evidence, being one of them. Not getting it dirty, not breaking it, not doing a lot of things.
Just treating it with proper care. It's also very important that evidence that the way it's found when it's first discovered or seen by law enforcement is the way it should remain, correct?
Ideally, yes, sir. That's why I took the pictures of the evidence prior to trying to put it in any kind of bags and what have you.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to find a particular photo. I'm sorry, that's right.
That's it.
Oh,
Here.
thank you. All right, Detective, so I'm going to show you on States 122. And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury what that is they're looking at here.
That's the box that we found it in the dumpster.
Okay. And when you say we,
Detective Harwell, myself.
okay. And it was actually 3 detectives that actually went around to the dumpster when this evidence was observed and then collected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It was you, Detective Harwell, and then I believe it was
Detective Knight.
Detective Knight. And the person who actually retrieved the jewelry box from the dumpster was Detective Harwell. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then he handed it to you.
Yes, sir.
And then Detective Knight was handling the camera. Is that right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so, as we see here on 122, on stage 122, it's a photo, and then if we look at 156, it would appear that the door that we're seeing that's open right there is the one that's still attached here on 156. Can you see that?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's that door there. And then on and so then on States 127, on 127, is this you holding the box here, Detective Garcia?
It is, yes.
Okay. And that's the box I'm referring to as 156, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on here, we see the door that we just viewed that was on, still in the dumpster. And then we also see on the opposite side of that, if we're facing the box on 156, it'd be the left. And it's no longer here, for purpose of the record, but the door I'm referring to is no longer there. But on 127, it's still attached, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it appears that though it's attached by 3 screws in each hinge there. Is that what it appears to you as well?
The top nails, if you will, they were barely in there at all.
Yes, sir.
And 2 of the 3 on the bottom are barely hanging, or I'm sorry, 2 of the top nails were barely hanging on. The third one wasn't doing much better on the bottom side of that hinge.
Correct. I mean, they're not firm. It doesn't appear to be firmly attached, nor do they appear to be fully pushed in to 156. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then on 124, and this is a photo that was taken out there at the seams. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is both of the doors still attached, and it's on there, but it appears that the door that's no longer attached is closed a little bit more than it was in that previous photo where you were holding it in your hand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so then out there at the scene, after you all photo it, document it, did you tag it or did you log anything? Did you make any writings or anything out there at the scene regarding evidence that you collected?
No, sir, did not.
Okay. How did you guys keep tabs of it out there?
Like I said, I put the box and its contents into the cardboard box that I collected, and then I secured it in my vehicle until such time that Detective John was able to retrieve those items for myself.
Okay. And I believe, if I heard you correctly earlier, you stated that States 156 you placed in this box that's here. It's not marked, but this is what 156 was, that you had placed it in.
That is
okay. And just so the jury is clear, this box that you placed 156 in, where did you receive this box from?
More than likely the dumpster. Okay. I don't carry something like that in my vehicle, so it would come to the dumpster.
And is this the same dumpster where 156 was found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And typically in your training and experience, would you put other evidence in trash?
I've put other evidence in other cardboard boxes that I've been able to retrieve if I don't have something large enough to do that in. It's not been uncommon for me to do that in the past, no, sir.
Now, just because just because it's not uncommon, does that make it proper?
I don't know that it does or doesn't, to be honest. The box is not dirty, it's not soiled, it's well kept. I mean, it was in good condition. I took all of that into account before just grabbing a box.
Sure, that you could see. None of those things that you could see, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me, Detective Garcia, that the way that 156 was observed, the way it was collected at the scene, the way it was photoed at the scene is different than it is here today in this courtroom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was actually, if we look at States 328, and do you recognize this photo here?
Yes.
Okay. And this appears to be 156 on its side, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then it appears that these are at least two of the shelves that were contained inside of that, is that right?
Those are the shelves, I believe I remember correctly, those are the shelves that we found loose. We did not put them back into the box upon putting it all back into the cardboard box.
And in States 328, this is a fair and accurate depiction of how you packaged and transported 156 from the scene on that day back in March of 2018, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in on 156, as we can see, it's also shown in States 328, is that this door, the left door, is no longer on there. And that's where the holes were. So prior to even moving or transporting 156, it had already, the physical nature of 156 had already been altered, correct? And how you found it, which was different than how you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also detected in this, in all these, in states, I believe it's 122 through, no, that's wrong. Just so the jury as well as myself is clear, these that are individually packaged, these, I believe it states 141 through, I believe it's 151. So these items here, were these items that were found in the jewelry box, or were they found in the white boxes that are in 267, I believe?
Neither.
Okay, where were these found?
These were on his person.
Okay, like in his hand or in his pocket, or you stated earlier you're not sure exactly on it, where else?
I did not collect it from him, no, sir.
Okay. So then the distinction there would be on states 258, you're saying the items that are contained in 258 outside of the lottery ticket, these are items that were found actually in the white boxes of 267.
That is correct.
Okay. And so the items that were found on this person in 141 through 153, or 151, excuse me, 141 to 151, you're not sure what, if any, relevance or connection they had to Ms. Harris, is that right?
No, sir, I'm not aware of that.
I appreciate you, Detective Garcia.
So the door on the box is off when it was on, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, at one time it was attached,
Yes, sir.
barely, and now it's on.
That's correct.
That's the big change that happened with this box. I just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
Did you change anything about Lou T. Bang's name inside the box or Bill Harris's name inside the box?
Absolutely not.
I'll pass it.
Nothing further.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes.
All right, you may step down. Can I see the warrant go through real quick?
There's no objection to him being excused, like to reserve him, no, please.
Okay, so, officer, you will be, subject to recall, so you are free to go. However, just make sure you leave your contact number, contact information with, so that all parties can get in touch with you if they need to, okay? All right, thank you. You're released for today. Okay, State, I will allow you to call your last witness for today.
Thank you, Judge. We'll call Detective Mark.
Detective Hart, come on up.
Good evening.
Good evening. If you please raise your right hand for me. You so solemnly swear to affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may be seated.
Thank
You are welcome to testify with or without your mask on. We have enough plexiglass to protect you.
Thank you,
It's
ma'am.
up to you. All right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name
Detective Grant Hart
and how are you employed?
with Plano Police Department.
And what do you do for the Plano Police Department?
I currently work in the criminal intelligence unit.
And back on March 20th of 2018, were you working in that same capacity?
Yes, sir.
And you were involved with the investigation of Mr. Billy Chemirmir.
That's correct.
Was some information provided to you by some of the arresting officers?
Yes, sir.
What type of information was provided to you?
I was sent pictures of a red jewelry box.
And then what about some of the contents of that red jewelry box?
Some of the contents that were important to me was a white piece of paper from the United States Consulate with a name of Lou T. Bang on it, and then a name tag with the initials WR and last name Harris.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 154. Is this what you're talking about with the name Lou T. Bang on there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Also is another piece there, and then this name tag. Is that what you're talking about? Station number 266?
Correct.
Okay. And why was that that information important to you?
With what we were dealing with at the time, I was thinking that this is a person that we should probably find and check the welfare of.
Okay. And did you try to locate Lou T. Bang?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you discover about that name?
Utilizing a search engine that law enforcement uses called Accurate, I put her name in, searched in Texas, and found that she lived not too far from where the arrest location was.
Were there multiple names for Lou T. Bang, or?
In variations of in Texas, that's correct.
Okay. What about one that kind of fit a description of an elderly individual?
That's correct. With her age, it matched what we were looking for.
Was there also a connection to the name Harris with that same address?
By searching the address in the same search engine, that's correct. Last name of Harris, William Harris came up.
And what was the address, do you recall, that you came up with?
6609 So I'm so sorry.
Warm Breeze?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Is that in Dallas, Texas?
That's correct.
And when you got that information, what did you do next with that?
We notified Dallas PD, North Deployment Sergeant.
And what did you notify them, ask them to do?
Asked them to conduct a welfare check at the residence.
And do you recall about the time that was?
It was later in the evening.
Maybe around 7:15?
Yes, it was significantly later.
And did you go anywhere to actually meet with these detectives?
Yes, we met them off-site, told them what we knew at the time and why we were asking them to meet.
And did you actually go to that 6609 Warm Breeze?
I went to the address, correct?
Did you ever go inside the house?
No, sir.
Was that something that the Dallas Police Department did?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass witness.
Okay, Mr. Warren?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Lay this witness step down.
Yes, Judge.
No
And
objection.
this witness be released.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and all right, ladies and gentlemen, you have received all the evidence and testimony that you will today. You are still under the same instructions and directions that the court has given you previously, that you are to only consider information that comes from this witness stand and comes from this courtroom. There is no self-investigation, there is no Googling, there is no discussing this case amongst yourselves or amongst family members or friends. You are not even to discuss it amongst yourselves until you've heard all of the evidence, you have received the jury charge, and you are under the direction of the court to deliberate. Also, we will meet here tomorrow morning, as we did previously. I would ask if you could be in the jury room by 8:45. Once you get here, once everyone gets here, we will then start as soon as you get here, okay? All right, once again, that free coffee will be waiting on you. It will not be Starbucks, but it will be free. All right, if there's nothing further, you will be released for today.
All rise.
It's my understanding that those persons who are going to, if there's persons that are going to testify during the guilt innocence phase of the trial, that the rule will be invoked for those persons. Is that correct?
Well, for the case in chief.
For the case in chief, I'm so sorry, for the case in chief.
Yes.
That's correct.
All right, and so I will allow you to discuss that with whoever witnesses that you need to. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see all of you tomorrow. Thank everyone in the courtroom for all of their courtroom decor and demeanor. Thank you so much. We are all released, and we will start tomorrow morning. I anticipate 8 a.m. We will be starting testimony at 9 a.m. Thank you.
We got the record?
We are now off the record.